Well, hey everyone. How are we doing today? We ready to get more in on this class design or what? Thermometer's going up. Hey. Pretty good, pretty good. Just kinda, oh man, woke up pretty early in the night actually. Woke up to left Stranger Things on, and oh boy, I woke up to like just a lot of loud screaming and bats and all this other stuff, and I was like, oh god, alright, what's up? So I've been up for a little while, and just figured today we would get in on kind of re-looking at all the stuff done before. Will the Alchemist have a love potion? Most likely not. The whole filter of love thing, I mean, I don't know, I might, maybe, I don't know, that might be worth a discussion with, like, Ross and Benjamin to see what they've done as far as, like, the love narrative. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. But it's also one that I don't really think that there's, like, a really big need for, you know? You missed the old version of UNT being broken as it being broken was special, it being broken was not good for the game. Love Potion is a classic in alchemy, and there are some old themes in fantasy that you know, we've decided to move away from. How'd the stream go yesterday? Really fun. The problem was there's I didn't realize that a lot of the seatbelts music was apparently super copywritten, because I had seen like Michael Reeves and some other YouTubers use, you know, the music of Cowboy Bebop in their like in their videos. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. Double checked, and I didn't see any claims on any of their stuff, and I was like, oh, all right, right on. But they must have used like fractions of it rather than just playing the song, and you know, anyways. So that's why that one had to come down, and I'm like, I am going to be doing an export of that whole VOD, clipping out some of the breaks and stuff. So that one should be back up later on tonight. I think with the clipping and everything, it should come down to like maybe 7 or 8 hours. But yeah. The only reason I have a love potion is to satisfy the trope, not really worth it. Yeah, I'm not really compelled to write one, you know. I'm sure it wasn't Morbius. I'm very sure. Yeah. The claims. I mean, it tells us exactly what all's up. You know. Hey, Axiom, thank you so much for the 10 Polish PLN. I don't know what you all use for money over there, but thank you so much for 10 of whatever that is. And yes, let's get this class started. Absolutely. Oh yeah. Looking at Love Domain Cleric and UAH, love stuff can absolutely be done without those kinds of issues coming up, right? The problem is whenever you tie it into like charm effect, it's one of those things, right, where like you will oh, Jason Smith, hey, thanks so much for the subscription. It's one of those things where we can figure out a different kind of a narrative for it. There has to be one that exists. Out of all the classwork I've done, I'm fairly confident in saying just about anything can potentially work for the game. Like, you know, part of what we do in class design is trying to push this game to its limits, right? And what is possible out of a character concept. And I really was like, I mean, the dancer was one that I was really scratching my brain for, like, boy, how can we make a martial support? And after doing that one, I'm like, yeah, we can make just about anything happen. We just need to figure out like how to crunch it out, right? And now with like, I mean, the Sovereign is one that I'm also like, yeah, that'll happen. I've just got to figure out what makes it click. This is another one where I'm like, I don't know for sure what you'll be doing at the first level core. And I do know, I think I figured out from like studying a bit of Pathfinder. I think I figured out how they were able to make it work over there in a way that makes it a little bit clunky over here in 5e. At least if you're trying to make it like a direct translation. I don't know that it's going to work wholesale like that. Because the way that the action economy works over in Pathfinder is you've got 3 actions. And those 3 actions, like movement is not a separate part of your turn. It's like you can move using one of your 3 actions, right? And once you get that, it starts to look, and whenever you attack, like you attack once on your turn, you attack a second time, then there starts to be like penalties that recur, right? So over in Pathfinder, it's like as an alchemist, you take a main action to like, I don't know, make a potion, and then from there, you can attack with it or whatever. So the action economy over there is what makes the alchemist concept work out pretty well for their system. And I think that it's possible for us to make it work over here. It's just a matter of figuring out... Once we figure out your core game loop, then we can go in and figure out, like, all right, what are we going to give you in terms of power in a alchemical item, right? And actually... Hey, there we go. Zlotowski? The Polish currency is literally gold pieces. Huh, that's cute. You gotta stay up for work, so you might as well have some... Yeah, hang out. Now... Oh, good morning, you just woke up? Well, hey, I'm glad that you get to spend your day here hanging out with me. Okay. So... The, like, oh no, ooh. Spoiler, okay. Well, I'm not really watching Marvel anything, but, yeah, that seems more like a compulsion kind of a thing. If you decouple the idea of, like, the narrative of love from compelling people to do a thing, then, I think that you get into a bit more generous territory to where it won't be so ick, You've been waiting for since the Roomkeeper for more stuff. Yeah, it's been a busy semester for me. Figure out the perfect mechanic for a class is so satisfying. Working on a Chronomancer right now and the possibility. Yeah. Yeah, once you figure out the core game loop, then it's like the rest of the pieces can kind of fall into place. Now, from where we were yesterday, I remember doing a lot of math, talking about Critical Role, and getting to a point of where I felt I knew there was an issue. Okay, now somebody mentioned something. What is the Alchemist unique mechanic? We're figuring that out. Yeah, as you guys get in on the like early design process, please note. This is starting from ground zero. I have not seen Owl House. I've heard a lot about it, but yeah, I haven't actually gotten into it. Now, if I remember, yeah, okay. If I remember, there was a whole method I was trying to go about with this, where go watch Owl House. Okay, later. Bye. No. If I remember, yesterday, part of the issue was trying to figure out, like, all right, how can we do, like, giving you the ability to craft a potion a little bit more efficiently as part of downtime, right? And trying to separate the idea of what you're doing in combat versus what you're doing outside of combat. The narrative that happens right now with crafting a potion of healing at least in the game, is that it takes you more time to create a potion of healing, because it's a magic item that has like, it's legitimately like magic medicine, right? However, there's less of an issue whenever it comes to like you creating a vial of acid, right? You know that all alchemists need to be potion makers. I mean, that's the classic fantasy we're trying to hit. You'd love to see a half-caster that can mix spells for a subclass? Oh god, I want to see what I can do to keep it as far away from spellcasting as possible. Normal. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Now, while you're engaged in crafting an alchemical item, the progress you make towards increase to 5 gold pieces per hour while you're focused on the crafting of that single item. This might be a space where it's worth it to insert a sidebar. While there are what am I focusing on right now? I'm just mostly trying to figure out what's going to make the core interesting, and alleviate there's a narrative hiccup I'm trying to kind of fix right now. Well, Full Metal Alchemist has its own. Full Metal Alchemist is a different. Alchemy is a different magic system specifically written for that world. Balancing downtime and combat potion crafting, yeah, yep, that's the big thing right now. Now, the thing that's going to be fun is you being able to customize potions. That's like a main goal. Actually, why don't I put that up here? Okay. Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist is more, yeah, alchemy over there is more transmutation than, like, if you wanted to roll, like a transmutation wizard, that they even talk about alchemy within that class, right? Because really they're spellcasters. They're not like the traditional potion crafter kind of character, right? Give potions a limit. Yeah, that's the plan. I've got some of the stuff already written out. Make your head hurt for the fighter. Yep, potions as throwing weapons, that is a plan, for sure. Yep. The whole, I want this to be a big smorgasbord of, I can use a bonus action to like, let's say I have a base of like acid or alchemical fire or something like that, right? I want you to be able to augment all those items with other stuff. Now, here's the thing. Some people are going to say that, by adding this to my world, I fundamentally add potions as a weapon, and potions are easy to make and stuff. Yeah, it's a buy-in, right? I don't really like if people have like super hyper customized homebrew worlds to where they're like, this is not going to fit into my world. That's where I can't design around that, right? I can't design around everybody's homebrew world. What I can do is design something that feels like a fairly agnostic, a sort of fairly agnostic class that should fit into most worlds. And that's who I'm really designing for, is like, how's it going to fit into most worlds, right? Some people might just feel like my dancer makes absolutely no sense in their world, but they love my runekeeper, or Maybe they hate all my classes, but Ross is a curse really fits into their world, right? Or maybe vice versa. I don't know. Either way, I'm really making a class as to like kind of fit into to fulfill the general fantasy of what I think that the class should should be, right? Elemental Alchemist transmutation class would unlock alchemy with a higher, circle at higher levels. Be a thing you would go out of your way to get? Without knowing what the mechanic is, I don't really know what, yeah. Like, if there's a mechanic that you propose, then, we might be able to talk, but without really seeing, like, what you're asking for, then making a value judgment on something that's a pure hypothetical, I don't really know. Anyone can make a sword or a potion, but for it to be legendary, one needs class levels. And that's what I think we can achieve. Loving some of the new PDF tricks I've got going on. Thanks. Yeah, I've been working on my trade dress here in the last month. Mostly to kind of get away from... I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I was originally using a font called Sinzel. If you look at the Runekeeper, the Dancer, and the Alchemist, they're all still using this font. I am moving away from that because I've seen MCDM is using this one. And they're developing their own trade dress, and I'm like, I'd just rather figure out something new. Plus, Sinzel doesn't really evoke the kind of fantasy feel that I like to write for, And then I found this one. It's just called Ecstasy, which just, oh my god, this one is gorgeous. So yeah, I was like, this feels like this is a cover-worthy showpiece right here. This is the kind of like fantasy feel I love writing with, right? I'm a sucker for typography. There's a channel actually I've been watching quite a bit of that. Oh god, what was this? Oh, Ross is asking if we want to do an eye patch and monocle this week. Yeah. Yeah, we can figure that out. Yeah, there's a channel I recently subscribed to that is, wow, super underrated. I feel like I'm just doing these shoutouts now. Oh god, what was this channel? If I can't find it in like 30 seconds, I'll move on. God, what was this? He did a video on the typography of Windows. Yes, Linus Bowman. This guy's channel is fantastic. If you're the least bit into typography, you should go check out this guy's channel. 84,000 subs, coming up on 85,000. This video in particular, talking about the typographic legacy of Microsoft. This is absolute gold if you're into graphic design. Go check this one out. Yeah. Go subscribe. All that good business. Linus Bowman. Great channel. And almost like a documentary series on different typographies. Just, yeah. Or some of the other really funny ones. Yeah. He ranks all the new logo designs for the London boroughs. Like, it's great. Oh yeah, how this font became the face of Chinese food in America. Oh man, yeah. Did that guy? Yes, he did an analysis of the business cards in American Psycho. That was so cool. I love that. The people are passing. There's a scene where they're passing the business cards between each other, and he's like, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're like naming the fonts wrong, and they're like, yes, and it's been, what is it, embossed, and it's very clearly just flat printed on the page. Oh, man. You'll miss Sinzel in my work a little bit. How bold and clean it was for the Runekeeper streams always stuck out to me. Yeah, that is one sacrifice. I know the legibility of this one is... It's not quite as clear as Sinzel. I love this style, the character in this one so much. This one's called oh god, I don't want to get it wrong. Luminary. What's a good font for that early edition OSR type of look? They have a font. They use the font called... You're going to start with a K or a C, right? Like, it's the font that they use for Starfinder. I think you can find some of the Nua Cabell in some of it. Oh crap! I did a book in this font. Here you go. No. There's one that is like what they used. It's not, maybe I don't have this one installed on... Yeah, because I had to do a reset. It's not Calibri. What the hell? What font is this? I don't know. If I find it all, I'll link it in my Discord, but yeah. Will the subclass be first level or later? I'm aiming to put it at third. That's just kind of the expectation for marshals. The only reason why you really have a subclass any earlier than third is because you need to explain why that class gets spellcasting. And Ross and I talked about this in a live stream. I think it was one of the first eye patch and monocles. Legally, how important is it to have a unique trade dress for the DM's Guild? Are there any issues with looking like the 5e books? You can absolutely look like the 5e books if you're publishing specifically on the DM's Guild. In fact, that's... Okay, actually, let me backtrack on that. If you want to make money selling your stuff, and you're going to use the 5e trade dress, it has to be on the DM's Guild. If you develop your own look, your own trade dress, then you can publish OGL. That's why I'm it's no secret or anything, that's why I rehosted my website. I am moving off of DM's Guild, and I'm starting plans on making that migration, most likely with the Alchemist. Like a chef, everyone keeps asking for chef versions of classes and stuff. Oh god, I'm just like, I don't know, I might write one, but I've got ideas already. And I want to limit myself to probably 6 subclasses at the very, very most. Emi Garamond? No. No, WotC uses a series of 4 different fonts. 4 or 5. They use Modesto. All of these up here, all the headers, they use what's called Mrs. Eves. It's not all small caps. Boom. That's Mrs. Eves right there. For all of the serif fonts, which are the ones that have these serifs on them, they're using what's called Book Mania. There you go. That should look a bit like the official books, right? Although Book Mania to me is just way too clunky and fat. It might read okay, and there might be an enhancement in it just reads a little bit better, but I think it just takes up way too much space. And then the sans serif fonts that they use particularly one called Scala Sans. If I go over here, boom, that's the sans serif fonts that they use for all the official books. Modesto is what they use for their cover stuff. So let's just take this and do... Oh. Did that really just... Yeah. So that's called Modesto. Modesto Condensed specifically for that one. And then other fonts that they use... you might see some of the... some of the handwritten text that they have on, sidebars... whenever they have, Xanthar is writing, and he's, saying, Ugh, I'm a big, scary beholder guy. Rawr. Alright. So, Xanthar, I think, writes in a font called Psycho, and I own that font. It's not an Adobe font. I own that font, I just need to re-download it. If you look at Tasha's, Tasha is writing in a font called Vervine. Boom. And there we go. Yeah. And then... Is it Elminster? Or, no, wait. Elminster and Volo write in Psycho. I think Xanthar actually writes in Dyson, right? Alright, so... Dyson... Boom. Yeah, Dyson Misdirect. So... those are the other kind of side fonts you might want to pick up if you're looking at, yeah. But generally you need to avoid using those if you're going to take stuff off of the guild. If you're going to be publishing anywhere other than the DM's Guild, the exception here being if you're publishing under the fan content policy. If you're publishing with that license, you can straight up use the 5e trade dress and it's not a big deal at all, as long as you make it absolutely free. So, yeah. In your opinion, the chef feat is one of the weakest of Tasha's feats? It's just not a great design on narrative, honestly. I hear people that take it that it's like, yeah, I really like it because now I can be a chef, and I'm like, you could do that already. Like, you could absolutely roleplay this out. I don't know why you thought that like entering this feat into the game was gonna like do that. It doesn't really like. It just doesn't really. It's not a big value add to the game, you know. Hey, what's up, Farrell? Oh yeah. You're uploading about 500 plus D&D modules to a Google Drive. Be very, very careful with what you're doing there. You just reflavor inspiring leader as inspiring chef instead. Oh man. Yeah, what's up, Trek? You can keep your YouTube playing and hang out with your fam? Aw, thanks for the lurk. Yeah, it could already be roleplayed as an inspiring meal. Yeah, absolutely. Like, inspiring leader, you know, I think it's fine to have these ones you can reflavor like that. Maybe like a little bit more, I don't know, what are some more like agnostic feats that would be kind of cool to reflavor that way, right? Oh, right, players are so stuck in a box they don't realize the freedom that the D&D offers. I have not played Battle Chef Brigade. The feat was so lame, he just made an entire class instead. I think that if the narrative of it, and I said this on Sarah's channel actually, on a roundtable I was a part of, because she hates that feat, like quite a bit, for way more reasons than I have problems with it. But what I said was like, I would have no issue if it was like, you know, that was the, they flavor it as alchemy. It sounds kind of cool that way. And holy shit, wait a minute. And did I just answer my own question? Hang on, we're gonna have this over here. Let me remember how this one goes. Chef. Okay, as a part of a short rest, you can cook special food. Ready to have ingredients and tools on hand. You can prepare enough of this food equal to 4 plus your proficiency bonus. So they have to eat it at the end of the short rest? The narrative for this one's just all over the place. So if they don't eat the food as the part of the short rest, they can't regain the hit, or they can't. It's only whenever they okay, that makes more sense. They have to spend the hit dice to use it. So, is this... Wait, does this invalidate... sorry, not invalidate. Is this not just, like, better Song of Rest? Yeah, props for the hit dice for sure. Chef should be a really good feat though. Food is something so crucial for adventurers, and it becomes a bonding experience. I think that there's other ways that they could convey that. Like, I think that there's plenty of ways that you can do, you know. I mean, like, the game itself should be a thing that's pretty fun, and a bonding experience. Yeah, wait, 1d8 at 9th level with a core class feature. Ooh. It's an undervalued type of resource. Yeah, hit dice in general... I mean, that's what I did with the Runekeeper, where I was like, if you're going to restore hit points, it has to be through, like, if you're going to restore hit points through the runes, the way that I wanted the system to work, I wanted it to be a thing where it augments natural healing in that way, and you can make it to where, like, boom, they can immediately regain hit points, right? So all the healing that they did, like... If you look at like the sacrifice rune, it was like you have to sacrifice your hit dice in order to give it to somebody else, right? I really like that, like, narrative there. But yeah, just the adjustment of going from the kind of thing that you can only do during a short rest to over to something that you can do as an action. Boy, ooh. What if healing potions let you restore hit points only from your own hit dice? What I think you can do with that, because it's been a thing that I've been kicking around, the healing draw, or whatever it is, yeah, if this just allows you to roll the hit points and gain whatever, yeah, and then maybe you could regain additional hit points as you increase in levels, or you could spend more hit dice or something, right? It does essentially remove the need to short rest, other than the fact that you'd be able to add your con modifier to the hit die roll. But it's already really good to shift that over to immediately as an action. Hiccup. You just really like using hit dice out of rest in general. The healing dance is one of your favorites in the dancer. Oh, yeah, thanks. Was the Runekeeper class you made an expanded version of the Rune Scribe Prestige class from a while back? No, I wrote an entirely new magic system. Do I have a lot of short rests in my games? Yep. Generally, my players know. Like, if they ask for a short rest, and there's always a chance I can roll 2d6, roll a 7, and they're going to have a random encounter. And they know that risk is a thing, right? I do it at the top of every hour. Like, well, I say at the top of every hour. I do it at the start of the short rest, and yeah, those of you that have played Catan know why I go off of a 6 or a 7. So a 7 on that bell curve is the most common roll you're ever going to come across by rolling 2d6. So the players just know that's always a possibility. Your healing potions contain a good berry. Oh. And I am also really, really trying to stay up on how much water I drink. Like, man, after all the coffee yesterday, I was like, boy, I just feel, what is wrong? Like, lips felt chapped, and I was like, am I dehydrated? And I went and drank like 1 bottle of water, and immediately it was like, I've got energy again, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't feel like crap. And so I'm like, okay, I am focusing on hydration now this summer. Oh man. Okay. I want to list hydrate or dihydrate. Alchemical fire, This is not the same as what's over in the Player's Handbook. Now, we want it to cooperate. Summon are usually the burglars at my enemy table for that exact reason. That's cute. Will the potions be permanent or last 24 hours? It depends on how you make them. If you make them real quick in the midst of combat, you can probably expect them to last like maybe a minute. Maybe. And have I ever played the Sunless Sea or Sunless Sky games? They have really good music. I've never heard of them before. This isn't water, it's a potion of hydration. Yeah, I actually thought I had it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so I made this like a year ago. Oh, where's this? Boom. Right, so I have my own like potion of healing and everything here in the studio. That'd be a really bad time for that to just like snap off and spill everywhere. But the fun thing is, because it's dishwasher like fluid in there, dishwasher fluid, dishwasher soap, dish soap, geez, but it will actually bubble and it's kind of thick. Yeah, I thought it was fun. So I've been trying to figure out where I need to hang that up around the studio somewhere. It turns bad. The thing is, you should be able to make that if that's the thing you wanted to do, within the system I'm trying to create. I don't know if you ever said that, but what's my favorite D&D setting? You mean like published? Like official or third party? Oh yeah, I'd love to hear. Yeah, after dealing with getting a 9-hour stream demonetized, yeah, I'd love to hear some copyright free stuff. Oh, official? Like, if it's in the Forgotten Realms, I think the coolest one that the coolest area we played in was probably Icewind Dale. But like overall New World, Planescape is pretty cool. Yeah. I feel like if I ever played a campaign using Spelljammer, it would probably be one of my favorite things. There's a lot of appeal to Eberron, I think. Yeah, I think I'll probably say, like, for right now, one that I've actually ran and played in is probably Eberron. You're gearing up to release your barbarian optional features and subclasses soon on the DM's Guild. You sent me a copy of Overrun. DM's Guild is a... oh, thank you! I'll check it out. Yeah, good luck with all that. I mean, some marketing things that have really helped me out. I typically try to avoid staying really tight to the 5e look with the cover, right? Reason being, if you look over here at the guild, the stuff that's in like the top 10, there's like, okay, so here's one I worked on. So like this is kind of the 5e look they're using Modesto, sure. God, wow, this thing is still rocking in the top 10. Monster weaknesses, I think this is a font called Nelson, but I'm very sure I'm wrong on that. You know, home field advantage, this was a kind of a bespoke treatment of a font called Metal Mania that is kind of getting a little bit crazy. I'm seeing this font used a whole lot all over third-party D&D stuff. Exploring Eberron, this is another version of Modesto that has a bespoke treatment for the O. This is the old like Eberron logo. Bola's Vetted Vendors, again, this is Modesto right here, and then the top ones, I know that this is a bespoke thing that the graphic designer did for this this cover. An elf and an orc had a baby. This is a custom thing that they did here. You love beautiful cover art, but that costs money, sir. There are resources for you to not have to blow your budget on a complete custom artist. You can look around and possibly reach out to some people over on Reddit to see maybe... I would say this. I know how much this cover art was. I don't want to say because I don't want to violate any contract we may have had with our artist here. But I will let you know that, like, due to the... I mean, yes, this is... We put a lot of work into this book. But the combination of kind of the overall production, if the design is gonna... It can be some of the best design stuff in the world, but, like, if... Quite literally, if it doesn't have the appeal, like that first look grab of, like, okay, yeah, this sounds like something that I'd be into. If it's just something named, like, you know, barbarian optional features and new subclasses, that's gonna kind of get lost in the muck of what's on the DM's Guild, right? Something that might be able to set it apart, like, what's another, like, okay, Dean Spencer puts his stuff up for very reasonably priced. He's an artist that's over on Drive-Thru RPG. See, like, here's a big thing. Don't do this. Don't do, and this is clearly somebody that, like, isn't really probably trying to do the DM's Guild thing pro level. This is probably created through a third-party website, right? But something like this that looks like not even like a cover, but like the inside pages, is going to get lost. It can be some of the best content that's ever been on the guild, but, like, it'll get lost. It will. If your cover doesn't have a little bit of sex appeal to it, and I mean, like, I'm using that as a, you know, not literally you've got to put tits on the cover. Don't do that. What I mean by that is, like, if it's not an attractive, eye-catching cover, people might just, like, not even pay attention to it, right? Trek. Okay, Trek was a project lead on Home Field Advantage. The artist prices have risen since then. It was a steal. Yeah, no, yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah, Vito killed it on this one. Yeah, Vito Lima. Yeah, this was a steal of a cover. Totally. It's like a YouTube thumbnail. Yep. You got to realize that we all have monkey brains, and our little monkey brains are going to latch on to the thing that we think is pretty. This is just marketing. This is basics of marketing and advertisement, right? But over here on the guild, there's been two schools of thoughts about this. What I think is a bit disingenuous is trying to make your stuff look so much like the 5e material that people would confuse it for official books, because it's not, you know. Don't, if you feel like you want to be a creator and kind of find your voice over in communities like the DM's Guild or whatever, the thing I highly recommend is starting to figure out your own look. And Gregerson right here has figured out a look for sure, right? Like, you know the series whenever you see Bloodied and Bruised from its cover. Let's do another one. Let me see here. Yeah, like, the other thing is, if you do something like this, a very simple black and white cover, DM's Guild, all big on front right here, the officer. The thing is, again, this might be an incredibly well-designed class, but without the care on the cover for how this, you know, whatever, I would not expect this to really get much attention, you know. And I'm not trying to, like, bash any of these whatsoever. I have no idea what this is. Well, okay, I have no idea who this creator or what the class and the product is, right? Oh yeah, the Malady Codex covers are pretty identifiable too. Yeah. Ravenloft has also got its own stuff, but there's a few, there's also a few fonts that you should kind of avoid, and if you just look up like some of the fonts that come preloaded with Windows, probably get away from that, right? There's also other options for free or a reasonably priced art. Adobe Stock Images is very, very good. And I was trying to see, like, this is a good look. I like this. I like this quite a bit. Mythic Arms of the Multiverse. Huh. Yeah, I like the overall look of this. It feels pretty comic booky. You know, yeah, no, not Comic Sans, yeah. Like Magical Novel, like okay, so there's other like public domain stuff that I think if you stylize it could look kind of cool. Arrow. Okay, hold up. The typography looks like the Aerosmith logo. This is great. Oh yeah, papyrus. Don't use papyrus either. I have no idea what this product is, but just the hokiness of having the Aerosmith kind of logo stylized thing is great. That's so funny. Oh man. Oh hey Amanda. I was also trying to look at a few. There's also some other things that can help you out, like learning the rules of thirds. This is... How do I get into the rules of thirds? How do I really explain this? I guess it's a little simple. Wait, you said hi earlier? Oh, anyways. Yeah, hi. This is even a rule that I try to obey pretty well whenever I'm doing thumbnails for YouTube. Let me pull up what I have. Product covers. So how well does the free content move? So if you want no money and free use of the whole D&D multiverse, how too well does the free content move? What do you... Can you refine that question a little bit more? Okay, so I'm going to show the guides on this. Okay. So generally, you see this is divided into a 6x6 grid right now, right? Wait, in Claire Corner's new vid? Wait, what? I have a cameo? Hold up. Okay, you just said I'm in a video. Now I need, yeah. All right. We'll look at that here in a second. No, I was not aware. So, looking at this, rule of thirds, okay? If you look at the top two squares, this is my first third. You see how the Alchemist title is like, boom, centered right here into the thirds, right? But more than just the title, specifically the word Alchemist is dead centered right there, right? The other focal point, I've got the main character here, basically my buddy Thrasher, is centered if you look a third right here. There's a third section right in here, right? These two columns right here. Actually, can I... no, I'll leave the grid up. I was trying to... Use this. I always forget how to get rid of grid. Damn it. Or the guides. Let's see this. Tangent time? I'm helping people out with learning homebrew stuff. Let's see this. New margin. Boop. Columns. 3. Rows 3. Gutter 0. There we go. Alright. This might make it a little bit easier to see, right? Now, in the lower thirds, I've got all my other pertinent information, like publishing info and whatnot. My name is kind of more in the centered, but I will go through later on. The reason why I left this open down here is because figuring out if there comes a point that I cannot get around it and I need to put it on the DM's Guild, I have a spot right down here where I will put the DM's Guild logo, because that's a requirement over there. And I will either center it, I'll probably keep it centered when I first publish it, but whenever I get medals, I'm going to put it on either the left or the right. You guys actually haven't seen this yet. The update to the dancer cover. Okay, so you guys can tell I'm going with a new style for... This new style is getting adapted for all of my material, right? These are actually centered in right down here in the lower third, but you see all this publishing material all fits into the lower third section, right? Third right here, the majority of the dancer's body is placed right smack dab in the middle. This artwork is going to get replaced by another one from Maxwell, even though I love this tiefling so much. This tiefling just, it's not going to fit with the style that I'm developing around the brand now, right? The third up here dancer is smack dab. Let's see this. Right, yeah, so there, whenever we split it in half, you can see that the dancer is like smack dab in the middle of that third right there. So there's different focal points that we know from doing the years we've been doing graphic design, right? This is just something that tends to draw the eye, right? This is what I'm thinking about as a layout artist whenever I'm doing layout work. So yeah, it also helps to keep some internal consistency. So whenever people see a class like this, they know like, oh, that's one of Taron's works, right? Not only is there better buy-in for like, they see that and like they're gonna have the draw right there. Whenever they see the consistency across all of my work, the symmetry is so relaxing to see. Yeah, you're seeing a lot of symmetry that you don't usually pay attention to, right? Bam, I get rid of that, and you really don't realize exactly how much of it is balanced out like that, you know. But that's part of the layout work to it. But yeah, whenever somebody actually sees your product and then they see something else that fits essentially the same structure and look, they're way more likely to buy it if they're happy with that first product, right? You develop the cohesive brand. A brand recognition is very, very valuable. So, yeah. And that's part of why I'm going to go with a more cohesive look across all of my stuff. Nothing wrong with a tangent. It's not really a tangent. I mean, everybody comes to my streams to know, everybody's coming to the streams to kind of, get more into like the homebrew scene and learn a bit about game design or maybe layout design, or maybe, I don't know, you all just think that me talking about Critical Role for an hour for some reason is fun. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It helps it feel real clean. Knowledge. Wait, someone said it was in the Cleric Corner video. What was I doing? You just arrived in the chat. What have I missed? We just kind of talked a little bit about cover design and a little bit about marketing third-party products over on the Guild and what you can do to sell a PDF, give it some appeal. Was it a Cleric Corner? Ooh, what was I doing? Is it the Monsters in the Multiverse video? Or was it? Have I watched Kenobi yet? I am not a Star Wars guy. 527 on this new reflavored video. Oh man. Hang on. Let's see this. Yeah, Riker's also a good guy. Let's see. Once again, this is not the Alchemist stream. Yep, and that's why you all love me. We hang out and do game design on the side. Oh, wait. Why is there no... Oh, because I muted YouTube. Hold up.
In fact, you won't be changing a single mechanic. We have the underused power of reflavoring and reskinning.
Say 527.
So let's dive into the monsters of the multiverse races and see
Oh, fuck you. I know exactly what he's about to do. Hold up.
Hello, acolytes. Welcome to the cleric court.
Yeah, he's gonna. I guess it's a joke now. The way that I say genocide or genasi.
Now, the great thing about fantasy is that we can make it literally whatever we want, and we on that. And for other races in other settings, I will be doing the same. But of course, I'll be using the updated stat blocks of Monsters of the Multiverse. So instead, we'll be going over the air Ganassi. And just for convenience, we'll be kind of pushing all of the Ganassis together. And I know it's like Genasi or Ganassi. At least it's not genocide. I'm looking at you, Indestructible. But anyway, air Ganassi are half air genies with dark vision and resistance to lightning damage.
Oh, that's great. Oh man. Riker, you're good peeps. Oh man, yeah, that's the Cleric Corner. Go sub to his channel if you're not already. Yeah, that's funny. All right. You hate the proper enunciation. Yeah, I'm gonna choose to keep rejecting it. All right, that's funny. Man, yeah. Yeah, Riker and I have talked a little bit on Discord. Good dude. Let me see. Let's get music back on. Why can't I hear any of that? Oh god, that's gonna be blaring loud unless I genocide. Surprise. Yeah, people were like, "It sounds like you're saying genocide," and I'm like, "I'm not. I don't know. I'm just reading it. It makes sense to me, I guess." I had no idea that would be such a big contention. Like, well, I say big contention. No one's like been like, you know, oh, it's pretty funny. Okay, so I'll let you guys know where my head's at right now on making the Alchemist work. There's a few things in the game that I would really like if we were able to like keep consistent with things like prices, and I want to make sure that I'm designing knowing that there's items like Alchemist Fire that cost 50 gold pieces that Wizards of the Coast apparently thinks is worth the same value as a potion of healing, right? Don't assume that I agree with them, because I very much don't. Alchemist Fire is also very dog shit doo-doo butter, alright? There's things that you can do to improve the overall use of... Wait, what the fuck is Alchemist Doom? Excuse me? What was this in? Strixhaven? 2d6 at the start. I had never heard of this before. Buff to Thief Rogue. We buff Thief Rogue by making an item that they might actually want to use as a bonus action. God, it's still like... I mean, it is napalm still, but... Would I rather do... Well, yeah, I would rather... Yeah, I mean... They don't give you a price, though. Unless it's just supposed to be the same, which, like... What? Why? We ever had a situation where someone asks for help making stuff for D&D but doesn't respond well to criticism? Yes. If so, how do I offer help without coming across as mean? Usually what I figure, I have a way, I try to diagnose what they want out of the situation, what they want out of the interaction, right? Well, you want criticism, or do you want, like, do you want to hear my opinion on this, or do you want to hear, like, praise? And I'm like, I mean, and Amanda can even confirm this. There's there's plenty of times whenever she's brought in a piece of artwork or something like that, and we're talking through what all we're seeing. She's asking like my opinion on the piece or whatever, and there's it comes with this. I usually start it out with a like, okay, so like, here's what I like about it, and then I'll lead into the like, do you want to hear like more critique, or are you happy with what you've heard so far, right? Usually, if they're not good at taking critique, and I know that they're not good at taking critique, then what I'll do is I'll tell them like, okay, if you want my opinion on it, I'm happy to tell you, but you should know, I don't want to say something that might like offend you, Yeah, you really need to read the room for that kind of stuff. Yeah, like I can't for sure let you know 100% because I don't know this person that you're referring to, or how they take criticism, or how you give criticism, or there's a lot of different contexts into what's going on, right? As far as like them getting help making stuff for D&D, I would say like if you're having a bad experience and helping that person, then I would say like if it's been a continuous thing, that's where I say like, okay, I would love to help you out, but I don't know that our method of like us collaborating is going to be really healthy, because I feel like I've tried and I've been really earnest and I've tried to be really positive, but it doesn't seem like you're happy hearing it. So maybe you might want to consider like hiring somebody whose work you trust, right? Also, if the person is not good at taking criticism, that's also a thing where like, man, I tend to find out that like people that aren't good at taking criticism will wind up burning themselves out, because I think the ability to take criticism and improve is what turns people from like amateurs into the professionals, and it's a skill that you need to learn, and like tempering your frustrations with the fact of like, I mean, I don't know, the first time that you make something, it's not gonna always be great. Like, you knock it out of the park your first time, that's just not realistic. It's gonna take work. Like, I'm going back through, I have plenty of people that tell me all the time, like, oh, I love the dancer class, this thing is great, or the merchant, or whatever. And I look back on it, and I'm even gonna hire Ross again, and I'm just gonna be like, I want you. So you have your guys that aren't really great at taking criticism, and then there's another side of what I sometimes will hire people for, where I'm like, I call this my shotgun style critique, where I'm like, I want you to take this thing out into the back and try to shoot it. I want you to old yeller this class or whatever, right? Because I feel like there's I give Reddit a lot of shit, but Benjamin actually brought this up, where he will sometimes submit stuff to Reddit because he wants them to be brutal, right? When I ask for criticism, I need brutal advice. Anything else won't improve the end goal. Yes. This is a fascinating thing, actually. If you guys have, those of you that have watched Mythbusters, Jamie and Adam, they have a fascinating partnership. Those two guys do not like each other. There's been times actually where Adam has said, no, it's been, I wouldn't call it hate, but we don't like each other. We don't go out, we don't, whatever. Because they feel more productive working with somebody that's not just a yes man, right? There is definitely a way to be honest and brutal. Yeah, 100%. And it's important that like knowing what kind of delivery they need for that criticism. Oh yeah, Adam's YouTube channel is awesome. But yeah, Adam and Jamie do not like each other. And what that's wound up doing is they are constantly criticizing each other's work, but it is from a place of they know that the other person wants to improve, right? So, you know, there's clips on Mythbusters where it seems like Jamie's being an ass, and it's like they they build off of that, you know. So, oh yeah, there's also a difference between getting random opinions and a knowledgeable opinion. Yes, this is an issue with people trying to get input specifically from a hive mind, like you know, our Unearthed Arcana. Other than the other issue, I mean, outside of the issues that that subreddit has, as far as its like logistical side, like the moderation team and whatnot, um, the fact that you're either number one just going to get yourself downvoted into oblivion because they just, what is it, they have like an insanely high like downvote to upvote proportion over on that subreddit, and like the fact of like like you can submit something and within a minute there will be like multiple downvotes, despite like it doesn't matter how much work you put into a thing, how objectively quality the work is. That subreddit just has a real big issue with like, I know YouTube content for some reason, there are, and it wasn't actually me that brought this up. It was actually Zipper on Disney the other day on Twitter, talking about just the issues he had with interacting with any of the D&D subreddits. They're completely against what it seems like active discussion about the game, right? Or like, you know, so I recommend, if you're looking at improving as a homebrewer and you want like the kind of critique that's going to help you build up, find people whose work you appreciate and try to hire them on, right? Ross offers, I think if Spencer's in here, Spencer has actually been almost a student of Ross's. Spencer's gotten a lot of homebrew critique from Ross. You know, Benjamin used to do it, but I think he has since kind of opted out because it ate up a whole lot of his time. And I'm trying to think of other people that still do that. I mean, Heavy is constantly over in my Discord and over on his Discord talking about homebrew. Phil and Ukulele Bard are over in my Discord as well. From what I mean, Trek still does stuff over there. I tried to build a community where there are like pro designer. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna show like, oh god, here we go. I don't want to show too much of anything over on Discord. Like this is just in my lobby right now in the open channel. You know, Awesome Soul, Darren Scott, these guys are both contributing stuff over on the DMs Guild. Czuk is CZRPG. Dan F, this is Dan Felder, works for Riot Games. Haggard Clint, Chronomancer's Guide to the Multiverse. Kibbles Tasty, if you've been on Reddit, you know who this dude is. Ross Lizer, you all know who Ross is. The Arena Guy, Trekaros, Django Games, and then multiple other YouTubers, right? So this is about maybe half or a third of the pro designers and everything that I know are like fairly active in my community. So, you know, you might, I don't highly suggest reaching out and pinging them necessarily, but like, you know, if there's somebody who's put out work that you really, really like, maybe hit them up, you know. Worst that happens is they say, I'm just too busy. And then I've never had a bad interaction with, really anybody that's got that pro designer tag over in my subreddit or over in my Discord. So I'm really, really happy with that community I built over there. So come join up over there if you're interested in homebrewing and all that. Yeah. Volatile mixture, isn't this in the DMG as well? Well, the rules for mixing two potions are in the DMG, but it's a variant rule. So I'm still, this is also a scrap, right? This is an idea that I just kind of threw out here right now. This is something that I need to get rid of. There we go. It's a horrible variant. Well, the main reason being that the missability table is like, whoa, there's quite a bit there. I guess if a player is knowingly doing this, then you know, but what I think I would like to do... Oh, yeah, Tristan, yeah. So, one of the themes that I want to evoke out of this, there's a character, I found this yesterday and I was like, yes, I don't know how I was missing this. Riku in Final Fantasy X. One of my favorite limit breaks I've ever seen in like a Final Fantasy game. I love it so much, I wish they would have just made it like a core thing you could do with her. But what Riku could do with her limit break is just choose 2 potions, or choose 2 items out of your inventory and quickly combine them, and then just like release some kind of insane effect, right? And that's the kind of thing that I'm like, that's the fun thing that you can do as an alchemist right there. And the DMG kind of allows you to, but it's a really, really bizarre, like, it's just, it's not a great table for this, you know. I like the idea of what this wants to do. It could be better. What was the list of materials, ingredients? Okay, so, this is, and this kind of adds on to what I was just saying, right? What I can assume, and the reason why I pulled this stuff over, this is a list of most of the material components that appear in spells across all the different books, all the different 5e books, okay? So if I was to like come up with a component, like I'm asking a DM to do a thing there, or some buy-in that's kind of overriding their world building. However, if they're using the 5e system, I can at least make an assumption that they are most likely including, like, if it requires a material component, this is most likely going to be a thing in your world, right? So I made this list. Well, I sourced this list from I had it on the VOD. There's a list of material components that there was a subredditor that, a redditor made. Let me pull this up. Here we go. Yes, I think it was called like the Apple something sorcerer. People are really active on this spreadsheet. This gives you a pretty concise breakdown of all the material components that are required by certain spells, what spell school they're from, spell, yada yada yada, right? So I just went through, literally picked this whole entire column that they had created, and then I'm starting to remove redundancies as we go through. But yeah. So the reason why I did that is because these are items that I can assume most tables are going to have these just because the spell exists in their world, right? That is my jumping off point for like things that I can believe you can add to potions, right? Here we go. Let's see this. And then what I'm trying to do right now. Mixing stuff and bringing up an effect. How would a different mixing stuff and bringing up an effect? How would that a different flavor from just spellcasting? I think the mechanical negotiation of it. I'm also just not really quite seeing, I guess, what the hang up there is. So maybe you need to build a big table to classify all those items. Maybe certain items can even get a quality for 2 different things. Yeah. Yep. One system I've seen that I know is in development, Heavy is doing a whole Alchemist supplement that I'm like, man, it'd be kind of cool to see if it could build off of that. But he's not planning on making a character option for it. I know he's pretty far in the development on it. It never fails. The problem between me and Heavy is he lives in Turkey, and his clock is, or his schedule is always on the complete opposite side of mine. I swear. You finally got Discord. How do I join the server? It's available in my channel banner. Question: how the hell did I stream for 9 hours yesterday? Am I insane? I mean, yes, I am insane, but whenever I'm doing work like this and I've got I have my plan laid out, it's just I sit and I do, right? I have an idea of how this should work out, and it's that dream of like hitting that end goal where I'm like, that's what keeps me going on it, right? Collab with Heavy, I would love to. I would really, really love to. But it's always a logistical issue between like me and Heavy, where like he's on the other side of the world, so like we are, like it's hard for us to collab because the communication's always going to be a little bit off, right? And also, I mean, he's kind of, well, I mean, he's across the Black Sea from it, but it's not like it isn't affecting people over in Turkey right now. He's also, I mean, he lives in Istanbul, so with the conflict that's going on over in Ukraine, it wouldn't surprise me at all for Heavy to just be like, I'm not going to be available for like the next 3 weeks, right? But yeah, I love having Heavy around in the Discord. I'd love to, yeah, I would really, really love to collab, but yeah. Pickled Octopus Tentacle surprised me. I think that's for Hunger of Hadar? Yeah. Yep. Wow, I cannot believe I got that. I'm just... Well, there's my what the fuck am I doing with my life moment for the day. It's like, there's so many things I think I could have learned in my life had I not spent so much time doing things like learning the numbers of all the 151 Pokemon, the first generation, right? Or like, goddamn, or apparently trying to memorize spell material components for the D&D spells. Like, Christ. Alright, so, the fun thing that we want to do in combat. No, I don't think spells should all consume their components. I think if you're making a potion, it most likely should need to, except in certain cases. The difference with spells is that alchemy is chemistry. You can figure out multiple ways of getting to the same point or create chain reactions with the same ingredients. It's a mad scientist vibe. I don't want to lean too much into the mad scientist vibe. For a bloodhound, for a mad, these are all, I mean, it feels pretty witchcraft too. Yeah, sorry. Oh man. Like, I love this idea of you can get these material components and you can do something special, right? Does this mean that the player is going to have to go out to buy the exact ingredients that they need? I think that is an expectation of the class, or an expectation of the fantasy. If you have a player that wants to play an alchemist, I can most assuredly tell you, I think that they are expecting to have to find the ingredients in the role play to make the potions that they're trying to make. Is that the system I wanted to do with the witch? It seems similar to what I explained there. Kind of. What I'm thinking about with the witch is the ability to add additional material components to certain spells that you cast in order to augment them, which feels very like hex casty. Like I think that there's a cool like narrative in there for that. What I know for sure is like I want the witch to function. I think witches need to have some kind of a mechanic to represent covens, not just the subclass, but like something about their spellcasting identity. I think that could be kind of cool, right? Chain reaction sounds promising, yeah. One literally says green plant. Does it really? Oh, it does, yes. I think some of the potions, you keep the components but have a minor bonus for consuming it. Like the tequila with the worm in it. That might be getting a little too far into, a little too thick into the woods there. But like, what I like is the idea of, we say, these are material components that we can assume that most D&D worlds will be using, right? So from here, it's not hard for us to make the assertion that if you add something like these into a potion real quick, that it will do a thing. These all apparently have magical properties just by virtue of them being material components. Like, that's the big reason for the support behind the merchant having spellcasting, is because material components that have a value exist, and that value fluctuates, making the spell stronger. So therein, value is a thing that we can agree has magical properties to it. It was actually something that Volo, it was in like a book apparently written by Volo and Elminster, where they were like talking about the Moonstone, and it was like a 2nd edition book that I was referencing whenever I was writing the lore for that class. Candy Gubbin, yes. What I think is really cool is that someone had mentioned, Majin Buu, and I was like, yes, okay, I'm sold. Yeah, that should be the thing. Oh, that is so nasty. I love that idea. I've never been able to use CAPTCHA. You might be a robot. Mm. Will they be sort of screwed if they can't find components, like the party can't go shopping as often as you need? Foraging is also a thing. I hope that what this would do is expand the world out to where, like, these shouldn't be that hard to find, right? Let's go through here real quick. We can get rid of club. Cloth wad, sure. Miniature cloak? Grave dirt. You go find you find a graveyard. I don't think that's going to be all that difficult to get, right? A tiny bell we can probably get rid of. I'm trying to think of things that you could realistically consider being like inside of a potion, The GG invite. I don't know what bitumen is. So, like, adamantine, a small piece of adamantine. There are plenty of metals that are added into these. There are, oh my god, air. Yeah, air is just a thing, right? I think some of the really easy ones that I could consider being a base, that, like, if you have, yeah, if you can't find a graveyard, you can just make one. So it's like, yeah, you go shoot a squirrel, bury it, and then you're like, I've got grave dirt now. Sure, whatever. An adder's stomach, agate, air. I mean, yeah. I don't get why. Yeah. Anyways, alum soaked in vinegar, amber glass, or a crystal or crystal rod. We can probably get rid of this because that's referring to like an implement that they're using in the casting. Ammunition, I'm going to leave on here for now because that's going to be a thing that you're going to use to craft things like the syringe or ammunition or whatever. Animal fat is something that I think could be a very, very basic thing that like you can grab to make a catalyst out of. Your catalysts are going to be like, I want to kind of go with like the Minecraft style of like, if you want to quickly make a potion, you can do it in combat, but it's going to require like, a catalyst, right? This catalyst is like an alchemical base that by throwing other stuff into, you can make a potion real quick and then, do whatever with it. People are going to need that to really have the class function in combat. The abundance of edible components is what made Maybe make a cookbook warlock, cook up a spell, eat it, and you can cast it. Artistic representation of the caster. This can all go. Ash. It's going to be probably pretty easy to come up with ash, right? Yeah, fermented spider eyes, right? And because Minecraft is a thing, like, we can... You know what? Boom, right there. Anything that's in Minecraft, for like alchemical stuff, should be represented in here. The alchemy system over in Minecraft is so good that like it has entered what I feel is the like general fantasy lexicon for what alchemy is. There's also other games that you can pull from, you know, like looking at Skyrim. Skyrim has a great alchemy system over there. Gameplay wise, it's whatever. But like I had so much fun just messing around trying to figure out what kinds of oh, giant toes. Yes, thank you. Yes. Cave moss, right? Hanging what do they call it? Hanging moss. Giant nail clippings. Oh god. Yeah, golden carrots, blaze powder, right? Ectoplasm. It would not surprise me if that was already a thing in here. Okay. These are rarer ingredients. Death shade. You know what I mean? Now, ooh, what you could do is say, hang on one sec. Yeah, sugar. I love that you guys are having fun with that. Sugar's out. Yeah, sugar's on here. Spider eyes. People will see, and this is another fun thing to do, right? You give your little Easter eggs. I think Rabbit's Foot is it's a component for a spell, right? Is it not? Watermelon. Elemental roots. I do love the simplicity of we say like what are some really basic things that you can do. Flower red, flower yellow. Now here's what I think. Okay, if we want to talk about an ingredient that can be really just setting agnostic, flour 100% makes sense to just fit into a potion, right? If it is just a basic ass black flour, blue, air from a lung. Yeah, fruits and seeds, these are all, yeah. Yeah, I want to tackle both out of combat and in combat casting. Crafting, yes. Blue is, no, green is... Blue has been used for, like, air genocide, right? So that would need to be like lightning. No. I hate that they've done that. Maybe thunder and then blue is lightning. By tie, I just mean like tie-in. Okay, so we have necrotic acid, psychic, thunder, white, cold. Blue should be cold. See what the prismatic spells do for color. You mean chromatic or prismatic? Oh, prismatic spray. Oh, there you go. Okay, there we go. That's what we need to pull from. Wow, were we... Orange is acid. Huh. Green poison. Okay. Yeah, we want to keep it tied into some of the stuff that they've already got written, right? And I like this quite a bit. Blue dragons are lightning. Yeah. Is there a blue? Cold. Okay. Acid is orange. How interesting. Okay. So we're going to pull that over. There's not a black flower on here, huh? Well, I guess we can keep it there. Like, we can make the assumption that your world probably has flowers on it. If it doesn't, you know, what does green hope? I guess all flowers are somewhat green. Pseudo drake. Yeah, I love that you guys are like, yeah, see, you're getting it. You know where I'm going with this. He's just blinded for Violet. Yep, berries. Yellow is lightning. Ah, I got close. Okay. Fire damage, orange. Got Wolfer on here. I'm just gonna do this. Yep. But yeah, thinking generic, you could have blood and then classify it by creature type for different flavors. I swear I'm not a vampire. You can do certain things like, depending on the blood that's in there, it could be like almost like a bane effect, right? That potion has specific effects against these types of creatures. Bones, all worlds have bones. Yes. Okay, so they have red, orange, yellow. This is a good suggestion, whoever gave that. That's, yeah. Blue is cold. Indigo. I think, well, what's my take on finding published homebrews that are extremely similar to what you're working on, both in flavor and mechanical direction? What's my take on finding published homebrews that are extremely similar to what I'm working on? I never try to look at a yeah, let me get this real quick. Blinded tie-in. Okay. Okay, so let me kind of go through that. What is my take on finding published homebrews that are extremely similar to what I'm working on, both in flavor and mechanical direction? If somebody can find, like, if somebody comes up with a concept like that doesn't to where I'm like really happy with it, then like, cool, I'll go for it, right? Yeah, my world only has the color beige. Rainwater, yeah, yep. So I think of it the same way that, like, there was a quote that my it's astronomy, right? Not astrology. My astronomy teacher told me, where he was like, if you're a scientist and you propose a theory, the thing you should be just very, very happy for is the day that someone comes along and proves that your theory is wrong, you should be one of the first guys to crack the champagne bottle, right? You should be the first one to celebrate the fact of not like, oh, I'm wrong. Well, yeah, I'm wrong, right? But you're celebrating the fact that knowledge is moving forward, right? A new discovery was made. This is cause for celebration. I love that idea, right? Now, I try to apply that to a lot of areas in my life where, like, I could work my ass off and make something do whatever. I put that out there. But, like, if somebody comes along and just does it better, I'm probably going to use their thing. If something comes along and I think it, like, hits the right... it hits all the right notes and everything better than what I did, I'm going to use it. Like, I don't have any issue with that. And I think we should all be kind of like open to... We should all be open to other people just coming along and... Because, I mean, essentially what I'm doing right here, I know that Mage Hand Press made an Alchemist. I've played the thing. And I know that it functions and all that stuff. Ooh, this is such a cool material component. Parchment with holy word written upon it. Ooh, I don't know what that'll be. I played that thing and it didn't really cause any issues in gameplay. There were moments I felt like maybe I could have been a little bit overtuned, but I wasn't really, yeah. But what seems odd to me is like it doesn't seem like it really leaned into the system of like the crafting rules, or it didn't really fulfill the fantasy want for me now that I've been a little bit... I've kind of refined my taste and my sensibilities in the design. There's just some pieces and parts of it that I think are building a particular narrative for an alchemist that I just don't really think it's like a general alchemist. It feels like it leans a bit too much into the Mad Bomber alchemist. I even brought this up in my original interview with Mike Hollick. Human horn. Oh god, yeah. The fifth leg of an elephant. So I had originally brought this up in my interview with Mike Hollick, and I think as time has gone on, I've kind of felt the same, where like it's like it's serviceable, but I've wondered if there's not a way to improve it. That's basically where I'm at. So yeah. You love the alchemy system of the Mage Hand Press Alchemist, though my player hasn't learned to use it yet. Gotcha. Yeah, like the core in combat, it felt pretty good. Oh yeah, that's right. I haven't fixed my. I'm not on Linktree anymore because they went all gung ho on NFTs. Yeah, I need to set up a new one. But yeah, I need to get on that at some point. But with that, we're rolling up on an hour and 48 minutes. I'm going to take a real quick break. Let's kind of stretch my legs and walk around, drink some more water. You guys take care. Whenever I come back, I think the plan is going to be Tiefling Horn piece, yeah. All of these are like a 50 gold pieces. I'm gonna figure out... You can buy an axe beak for the same price that you can buy an antitoxin for? Really? Interesting. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna take a break, and whenever I get back, I want to focus on bringing all the alchemical items from the player's handbook and the SRD over into the class, and we can just get into seeing what we can do to incorporate that. So yeah. Anyways, guys, I will be right back. Hang out, have fun, all that good business. Go check out Mini Worlds Tavern, who sponsors the streams and makes some great coffee. If you use my promo code Indestructibleboy at checkout, I get a little bit of a kickback over here on the channel, so you can support me that way or over on my Patreon if you want to go check that out as well. This month, wait, what is the Patreon exclusive going to be? Because I put up the votes and I haven't checked it in a day. What are we at? Because this month should be a really fun one. Let me see here. Okay, so this month the exclusive is going to be, for what it looks like, the sorceress the mimic race. Yep. So I have been working on that article, and I actually talked through a bit of the design process I go through whenever I'm making a race, or specifically converting a monster over, like a monster stat block over to a race, and kind of what we're talking about, the general design sensibilities, what we're observing in lineages and stuff in 5e kind of moving forward. So I've got like I think it's like a 5 or 6 page article, actually, me going through the process of making a mimic race. So yeah, come check that out. Anyways, oh yeah, and it's going to have original artwork by Maxwell Palikoff, the guy that did the artwork that you see for the Alchemist up here is the guy that will be doing the artwork for the PDF that comes out for the mimic race. So yeah, that'll be fun. Anyways, guys, I'll be right back. You all hang tight. You're like cool people. I'll be back, okay? Oh, Trek, I just went on break, man. And we are back? Back? Maybe? Back? Yeah, we're back. Hey, hey. Alright. And hey, Fred. Now, I'm actually building out an entire Alchemist class. Oh, yeah, YouTube is, YouTube as a live streaming format is, it's improving. But, yeah, let's get that out of here. As we saw yesterday, even their censoring is not doing so hot right now. Okay, so these are all things that you can buy currently in the game. Let's do something. Instead of doing their really frustrating sorting method here. What's up, cheese and crackers? Oh no, am I gonna get in trouble for saying that on stream? Uh-oh, Twitch. Good time for orange juice coffee. What? Is profile Taron a depiction of a barbarian? Sure. Yeah, the artwork was, so number one, it's my buddy Jeremy Luther. Jeremy did that artwork for me a while, but yeah, I just told him, like, it'd be cool to incorporate D&D and music into it, and I mean, I need to make a barbarian thing work. Like, I guess I just need to make that build for that avatar, right? Is this gonna take me to... That takes me to that page. Okay. What I'm looking for is the descriptions. There we go. So we pulled over Alchemist Fire already. Well, God, we do need to go back to the page. Hang on. Because I want to get all the... type adventuring gear. Acid. A quarter coffee and 3/4 orange juice and ice?
Can I take your card?
Yeah. That sounds like...
Ew, what? 4th coffee, 3/4
orange juice and ice.
Ew, what? Why?
That is...
Not okay.
I mean, if you say it's good, I can try it sometime.
No thing.
Push some energy. Yeah, we're making coffee a thing. I actually wrote up coffee as adventuring gear. Pet merchant.
Oh yeah, it's me. Hello.
Yeah, I actually wrote up coffee as like something that would temporarily relieve a level of exhaustion. Oh.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Love you.
I love you. Staying in here, bud?
Blink caffeine pills into your CBD lemonade juice. Ugh. Hey, Mom. Wait, hey, Paulo, you want to say hey to stream? Paulo. Paulo. Hey. You want to say hey? Yeah? You want to say hey? Come here. Come here. Hey. Bud. Oh, you're like almost in the camera. Hey. You want to say hey? Oh, yeah, good scratch. He is a happy dog. Hey. Bud. Wait, no? You want... Okay, here, I'll let you out. There you go. There you go. So he's an underrated... Yeah, temporarily suppressing the mechanic... Yeah. Oh, nice guitar. Oh, which one? First off, thank you. Yeah, this one up over here is the Telecaster I use on like all my musical shows and stuff. Whenever I'm playing for like a symphony gig or something, that's I can like customize the sound on that one, like for any show really. I'm like in the Stratocaster versus Telecaster war. I'm definitely firmly on the Telecaster side. Let's see here. Caterpillar Cocoon feels so... oh, man. Just generalized giant slug bile. Wait. They still haven't statted a giant slug, have they? Like, officially. Oh, wait. I need to copy paste this over. Hold up. Maybe this is the thing for the subclasses. Each one gets its own table of ingredients where they can make special brews with explosives or poisons or monster parts. Maybe? Let's do this. Tab, right, and then let's do all that. Why use a giant slug when you can use a flail snail? I think actually AJ did a pretty sick, nasty job converting the giant slug over to 5e. What's the giant slug gonna do in a Dungeons and Dragons game? The one that he wrote, I was just curious if they, I mean, have they statted that yet? Oh, they have. What does this appear in? The Turtle package. Huh. Did they print this in Monsters in the Multiverse? Because they reprinted Turtle, right? Yeah. Is Giant Slug in here? Is it, did they like sort it by miscellaneous? No? Oh, God. Okay. Oozes are kind of like slugs. As far as the unique things that it does, wait, this, because this isn't, no, it's not like a, wait, what? Oh, it's a mutated cultist? Huh. Starspawn grew. Yeah, AJ wrote a, AJ Pickett wrote a giant slug stat block that, I mean, I've used in a game before. But, well, What does this stat block do that's unique? There's a bunch of, like, tentacles and stuff. Slugs. What is... Nice. Yeah, okay, so yeah, okay, that is more of like a humanoid thing. Hey, what's up, Spencer? Doing pretty good, man. Just, kind of doing a little bit of preliminary research, before I get super into, hardcore design on this thing. The thing I am seeing... Wait, okay, where... Does it really define the terms for, like... Can anybody tell me for sure where the rules for improvised weapons are? Tavern Brawler. Holy Water's the one that we gotta pull over too. Oil Flask. No, I want specifically... oh, RFX5W. Thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. If it looks like a weapon from the weapons list, it is that weapon is the TLDR. Wait. Oh. So this is already clarified. Wait. This is already a thing. Okay. So... Interesting to note that, like, if you throw a melee weapon that does not have the thrown property, it also deals 1d4 damage. So, is you getting improvised weapons proficiency better than, like, getting proficiency with darts? Because now you don't even need the dart, you can just throw whatever you've got, and, you know? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, why not both? Okay. Well, wait, if you're throwing the flask, does that mean that the flask does 1d4 damage? Like, it breaks and then, you know, but like that, that feels like an odd... I mean, you could... I guess you could just stand in the back and throw flasks at them, dealing 1d4 damage every time you throw the flask. Like... That is like real nerd rage right there. My players have a free hand if they wield a two-handed weapon because the weapon will be simply temporarily improvised if they use with one hand. Could be depending on the Dungeon Master's adjudication. I mean, yeah, improvised weapons can kind of be like pseudo-proficiency in every weapon. Yeah, like, it may not do the weapon's damage type, but like that doesn't mean that you can't use it well, at least semi-effectively. Yeah, I cast Yeet. Yeah. I do love that they I do love that they specify you can use a dead goblin as an improvised weapon. That, I mean, of course, like, this has been a thing. Every campaign has had a moment where, what's the barbarian doing? They just killed a goblin. They are going to choose to use that goblin instead of their great axe or longsword or whatever, right? Their great sword. Because it's just that funny. Yeah, you can... yeah, you can throw corpses in Baldur's Gate 3. I think you can in Pillars of Eternity. You can... I think you can psionically, like, pick up a corpse and then, like, launch it at somebody. Like, oh, yeah, throw a live gnome. Okay. So, alright, let's copy this stuff over and then we'll talk a little bit more about where my head's at. Is there a way to implement the catapult spell for the Alchemist yeeting ability? What yeeting ability? I haven't written anything quite yet. Live gnomes count as darts with pointy ads. This should be indent. Yep, there we go. What do you guys think of this layout I've been kind of doing for, like, spells? Because I like condensing it all to where it's in, like, one block like this, and it feels like it's so much, like, all the information is right there. It's just clean. If you wanted to, you can cut it out for a spell card or whatever. Oh, thanks. I think that this is a good way to go. Equipment. Thanks. You love and hate it. It could be it could be a pretty clunky thing to keep. Like, my problem is this top border is actually a right indent I've been doing basically a grub replacement on. So this is actually just a giant strike through. It's not exactly clean to get the border to wrap all the way around it quite like this, which is the next thing I'd like to kind of figure out. It can look clunky when there's multi. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so there's holy water. Let's go over. Laughs in CSS. I mean, that is an advantage that CSS has got. And one of the few classes you can really see benefiting from Catapult. Let me do oil. See that metadata. Boop boop. There we go. All right. Meow. That. That. This. That. That. There. There. Okay. Hey, what's up, Matthew? Is that a good laugh or a crazy laugh? Every laugh from me is a crazy laugh. Alright. So I need to keep the rules for improvised weapons in mind. I don't want to have to define what like an alchemical weapon is, right? How do I feel about Wizards of the Coast putting out a rune wizard after you publish your class? I mean, like, yeah, I wrote a rune wizard in there. I think that it's always going to be underserving if they just don't write a magic system. Yeah. Like, I mean, even reviewing that thing, it just seemed like I don't get what they were thinking with that 6th level. That 6th level feature is just objectively better than anything other wizards get. You being able to use legendary resistance against a concentration check, proficiency bonus times per day. Sure, you're dipping into like your 2nd level feature, but like, I mean, I just don't think that that's a reasonable balancing measure. Most practically, you're getting essentially what is legendary resistance multiple times per day. That's absurd. But like, how do I personally feel about it? Maybe, if like they do what they want to do, I just don't think that any of WotC's attempts at making I don't think that any of WotC's attempts at making a runic archetype have really done justice to the magic system that has like so much support in fantasy, and so that's why I wrote the Rune Keeper. Yeah. You think we got WotC spies in our midst? Yeah, and I mean, Benjamin and I have both said as much where we're like, not the WotC spies in our midst. What I mean is, we've both said that, like, you know what, if they say on the DM's Guild that, like, WotC may use your content, and, like, that's just kind of known, that WotC may publish your content, and they don't have to, if WotC doesn't want to, they don't have to reach out to you. If we found something that was, like, absolutely, I'd point to that, and I'm like, that came from my book, explain yourselves. I think that WotC would get a lot of flack for that. There is mechanical mirrors I saw in some of the runes that they made, or the what is it, that feat, whatever, the magic feat. The way that functions is essentially, if you're looking at just the mechanical identity of how that works compared to what I wrote for like magic runes, the mechanical identity looks very, very, very similar, and that was not a thing that existed before I wrote that. So, Uh, and I mean, this is also a thing where I'm like, well, I know the license I publish under with the DMs Guild says they can do that. I don't know that that really justifies it ethically, but hey, you know, that's what you sign up for, I guess. But you know, I am moving away from the guild, so yeah. Reasons like that are reasons that you can look at a lot of creators going away from the guild. You know, I'm thankful that I was able to make some nice cash over on the guild, but I'm at the point now where I feel like if I moved off the guild and I got 100% of my sale rather than 50% of my sale, I could actually be doing this full time. If I take it off the guild, can WotC still do that? Absolutely not. I would be publishing under the OGL. Kind of like what Mage Hand Press does. So, or look at Heavy Arms, right? Heavy Arms Gunslinger. He's told me at least what, you know, he's been able to make off of that. And it's been enough to make me think, yep, it's probably time I start looking at getting away from it. If I move away from the DMs Guild and in future works you reference your old work, which is under the DMs Guild rules, do you still have to justify it? I'm waiting to, so if this new edition comes out, anything that I update for the new edition, if it's not using like the 5e license or whatever, I can update, at least my interpretation of it from talking with a lawyer is if they update the game license and they if they update the game license to the point where there's a new edition with a new SRD, then what I could do is update my class. I could update my class for the new edition and publish it on my own. So that's the way that I can take it off the guild without taking it off the guild. You know what I mean? So if I'm looking at making my own marketplace over on my website or something like that, then I could just update it that way, right?
I got a Red Bull. I
Aw.
got a Red Bull.
Thank you, lovely
And there's
woman.
Mountain Dew in the kitchen on the table.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
you lovely woman.
You wonderful, handsome man.
Oh, shucks. Not to toot your horn, but I don't think WotC's looking for stuff you need. Oh, well, shucks. There's okay, so my first off, thank you, but you know, hang on, sorry. I'm in a buy, man. So, oh, whoa. Oh, that's fine. Oh, man. I'm so used to the sugar-free Red Bull. I just want the game to be better. Like, I'd love to see the game improve, you know? I'd love for cool stuff to come out that gets me excited to talk about it or whatever. You guys saw in my reactions, right? When I was doing the Honored Arcana. That new Barbarian, I think it's hilarious. I think it's great. I'd love to see more stuff like that. That looks pretty well thought out, fleshed out, and everything seems to be non-disruptive to the game. And then I look at like that wizard, and I'm like, I question all of WotC's design sensibilities when they put something like that into their Honored Arcana. And I know that it's like playtest material, and they're looking for feedback on it, but I'm like, how can you guys not tell? Like, you designed, I mean, I know it's not the original 5e design team, right? But like, I just don't get how they can't tell as like the team. I may not have been so, I may not be so like meh about that had I not like interviewed for, you know, a position over there. Yeah. And I mean, if you're taking the job, then like, you know, if I remember right, I popped in over on Wintry's live stream for a second, but I had some other stuff going on, And if I remember right, Wintry thought that the 6 wasn't a huge deal, and it might have actually been bad because it dipped into the second level resource, right? My opinion on that is either way you're using that, it is probably like, if you're using the second level stuff, that war thing is something I would be kind of concerned about. Yeah, there's already a balancing issue, I feel like, with that one right there. Just because of the way that bounded accuracy works. And then going over to the 6th level, that being essentially half of legendary resistance. Either way, it's like, it's kind of one of the, there's a joke I remember around, like, because I used to play Smite like crazy. There was always one joke around the, anytime that they were doing a patch day or like balancing notes, that if everything's OP, nothing's OP, right? You know, like, I guess if you've got two meaningful choices, or you've got two choices and they're both ridiculous, can you really say that you don't have meaningful choice? Well, I think that you are removing the choice whenever that wizard is just better than, like, most other wizards, right? This is a critique that I had for Order of Scribes, where, like, everything they got was so universally good for every wizard that it's a shame that it got reduced to a subclass and not optional class features. Ooh. Dance Macabre and War Room. Wait. It only applies to... Wait. What? How does that work? Oh, this is another thing. Okay, so here's... Someone brought up Artificer. Here's another thing with buy-in. I feel like more DMs are going to do the thing of, like, okay, an Artificer might be like there might be some low buy-in on, like, lower magic fantasy systems, or low tech magic systems, right? The Artificer can feel pretty like a steampunk injection into an otherwise kind of classic fantasy world, right? However, an Alchemist fits pretty damn well. I would say even in extremely low magic systems, like, I mean, an Alchemist might fit better than arguably a wizard, you know? So I think decoupling it from the Artificer, there may just be better buy-in like that, right? Yeah, the idea of an Artificer is cool. I just don't think that the class and the mechanics that they gave you are all that fantastic. Well, not in terms of, like, even power budget. I just don't think that the class is really well put together. I don't think it's finished. WotC is following the older design philosophy of 3.5e and 4e. Makes some stuff that is very, very overpowered to get players to buy books for 1 or 2 playable options. You know, I still think that there's enough of a flavor pool for certain people where they're like, I wouldn't play this thing, you know? And this is, I mean, I saw your video on Silvery Barbs, and I'm like, yep, I 100% agree with, like, everything Fred's saying here. The fact that that spell became so dominant that you guys were like, this tells us that there's a problem with this spell. I was like, man, we called this back whenever we first saw this goddamn thing. Like, everyone in the design circles was like, this spell is going to be a problem. It's going to be the only thing you start seeing certain spellcasters use. And seeing your video and a couple other ones out there, I was like, I am so glad. Like, I'm glad, but I'm also kind of let down that it's like, I mean, I don't know that people are going to spend $60 for the text of one spell. You know, I think that more often than not, if people want that spell, they can, like, if people want that spell, how do I put it? They'll just go over, copy, paste it or something, right? Glad I don't play in your games then. You don't sound particularly flexible. Motherfucker, I allow like 35, damn near 40 classes. And you don't know me. You're right. I feel like there should be a reasonable, healthy kind of play in this game. Yeah, the internet exists, so you don't really need to buy the book, right? Now, it was someone else. The thing I will say on like the whole thing with Silvery Barbs, because now that there's been a lot of Wizard of Mage War campaign, the big issue. Okay, although the effect of Silvery Barbs is not catastrophic, its dominance and number of times it's used is why I dislike it. Yeah, only time I've seen it in play. Okay, if Treant Monk is taking the spell to go use it, because they were intentionally making very hyper optimized characters over on that live stream. And if Treant Monk is saying, because Treant Monk even wants to ban shield, like he just wants to remove shield from the game. You know, and I'm like, woo. Oh, everybody was talking about that spell. It's True Blue. I don't think anything in D&D is OP. It's about the DM's game IQ. No, there's some stuff in this game that's objectively broken, like not well put together. It's objectively broken. We can prove that it's broken. Let me show you an example. Here is something that is objectively broken. Arcane Abeyance. Because we have figured out how to exploit this spell in a way, the way that this is currently worded, this allows you, this feature right here fundamentally breaks down the rules of spellcasting in the game. There are restrictions on spellcasting that this thing completely overcomes. This allows you to cast spells like Leomund's Tiny Hut in the middle of combat. That spell is intentionally designed in a certain way to have a particular casting time that restricts it to where it can't be cast outside of combat. Because effectively what you've done when you do that is you've given yourself the power of a 9th level... wait, what is Force Cage? Is it 8th or 9th level? Seventh, okay. You've effectively done what is a shield of invulnerability that is super disruptive for play. The other thing that you can do with this is you can give basically you cast Find Familiar into the bead here, and whenever you cast it into the bead, you can give it to your familiar to cast. Give it to the familiar's familiar to cast. Give it to the familiar's familiar to cast. Because this also shifts away spells that have a casting time of like a particular thing like Self or whatever. Because it treats the object as that creature having cast it, that creature then gets the familiar, and you can unleash a massive chain of creatures that just... this is going to be a problem. There are ways that you can fix this. We have permission to edit bars for our own games for real get out of the box. No, we're talking about game design here. And in designing this, we can prove that there are things that are functioning in a way that they're not supposed to. This is overpowered. This is a broken feature. And we can address this. So, we're not even talking about balancing the power of an enemy here, like making something more difficult or whatever. No. We're talking about, are the gears turning to make this mechanic work? And this is not functioning as it's supposed to. This is overpowered. Yes, it's Sam Lorald. That is the thing that I have recommended that people do to change this. And then it works, right? But the fact that this is printed in an official book proves that there are things that will fundamentally break the game if it's just played as is. Whenever this is allowed in Adventurers League, this was a problem. Like, it's better than the older spell version. I can understand Treant Monk wanting to ban the spell. It's like counterspell, which is an obvious no-brainer to take. Yeah, and, you know, there's certain spells like that. I know a lot of people have issues with counterspell. I'm like, I'm kind of whatever. I haven't really seen that spell feel like it does something that I feel is just completely disruptive. But I do know that it's basically a default pickup because that reaction is just that good, right? No, the thing that you have to do to fix this is make it to where the spell can only have a casting time of 1 action, or I think it has to be an action, because there's other things that you don't want to shift away from. Bonus action over yada yada yada. You make it to where the spell that you're casting into it has a casting time of 1 action. This is pretty okay. This is whatever. But otherwise, this being able to circumvent casting times of like 10 minutes or an hour or whatever, this spell should not do that. Yeah. So this is an example of Wizards of the Coast having printed a thing that will break the game. They broke their own game with this, you know. So that's like, we know that there is a point at which you can make a thing overpowered, right? Like, I proposed this in my overhaul PDF. So, in my 5e overhaul PDF, I propose a hypothetical barbarian feature. Okay, this proves that there is a point where the game will break, where an option becomes too strong. So if I write a thing, where was that? Yeah, okay. There you go, hypothetical feature for barbarian. Death touch. When you attack a creature, it dies. Is that really a thing that we can say is reasonable for play? Probably not, right? So, and I know that this is like, this is a hyperbolic example here, but we can show you right here that at this point, this is a feature that does not feel like a 5e feature, right? Balance is a thing that we can detect. You think is reasonable. Notice that it's also not whenever you hit a creature with an attack. It's just whenever you attack it. So as long as you're saying I use the attack action on the creature, it dies. You know, just make monsters. Yeah, right. Like, yeah. This sounds like a Magic the Gathering feature. I think, isn't there Death Touch? Isn't that actually a thing in Magic the Gathering? Or is it Poisonous? I know Poisonous is Hearthstone. It's fair, just don't touch the barb. Yeah. Oh, man. You're not playing the game if you're not picking Barbarian. So and also, I mean, this is all in my overhaul document. We can measure balance, or we can at least get a sense of it, right? And the feature that I propose to do this is there's either a major or minor arcana, right? So these are 2 hypothetical first level features for a warlock patron. Minor arcana, first level envy feature. You gain 1 first level spell of your choice from any spell list, which doesn't count against your number of warlock spells known. You can cast a spell once without a spell slot, and you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Or major arcana. First level jealousy feature. You gain 1 9th level spell of your choice from any spell list, which doesn't count against your number of warlock spells known. You can cast a spell once without a spell slot, and you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. So, you tell me, can we not tell that there's a difference in the power between these 2? Right? It feels like a thing that we can potentially, what I consider to be quantifying it. There's the possibility that we can... You use any dice to check the math for balance changes. Okay, so looking between these 2, we can tell that there is a general level of measurable power in some capacity between these 2 features. They are different because one is offering more power than the other, right? Just make every single enemy a flying spellcaster, think outside the box to challenge that barbarian. See, and this is that whole, like, this is... And I know that a lot of you guys are just like, you know, giving me shit here. But the arguments that you guys are making, and they're not serious, you know, I'm just saying. The arguments that you guys are making are, and I'm not kidding you, these are arguments that I have legitimately heard people put in my comment sections whenever I'm addressing balance issues in this game. These are legitimate arguments that people make. And it's not that I'm saying that, like, This is a thing that you can crunch numbers on, improve either A, B, or C, whatever. The only time I've ever done that was on the Renegade Fighter, where I showed that that thing was doing the same damage output as Fireball at will. And it was absurd. Absolutely absurd. So, I mean, and that's just because a fighter at, like, I think it was like 7th level should not have the same damage output without a resource cost as a 3rd level spell. I mean, it was 3rd level spell at will. It was ridiculous. Ridiculous. Anyways. So yeah, this is, if you're interested in the overhaul, also go check out my Patreon. Yeah. But it's basically, I'm just trying to figure out what the reasonable modern sensibilities for like the 5e design space, where is WotC currently thinking about the system moving, and can we bring any of the old stuff up to a reasonable amount of power and make it feel like it's like a modern 5e design, right? Rather than saying cantrips are OP, I just limit them all to a single dice of damage. Easy solution. Otherwise, the red wizards, if they would burn down the Forgotten Realms. Wait, so is Eldritch Blast a single die of damage? Wait, that's a thing you do? The reason cantrips scale like that is to keep up with extra attack from martialists. If you do that, you legitimately nerf every spellcaster. You're nerfing a core. You're nerfing the core power spike that they're intended to get at the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th tiers of play. Like that's a whoa big change. What was the other one? Holy water. What was it? There's always work can be unlimited without creating additional work for a dungeon master. Yeah, that's reducing an element of tracking. That's the thing I really so whenever I'm writing a class or like a subclass, I try not to introduce like a brand new resource, right? I mean, it's okay to do like you know, they're getting spell slots, whatever. That's kind of an expectation of spellcasters, right? The thing I'm trying not to do is introduce, like, this is why we knew this is why the Scion and the Mystic flopped, was because they were introducing a resource that was not only new in its function, but you were tracking it above a quantity higher than any other resource in the game. You having to track like 200 or whatever psionic points, I forget exactly how many they were getting, but you having to track that many of them was an issue. This was producing an overall bad play experience because you were like, on top of having to manage everything else that you were doing, this sudden thing was a problem. Resource management is a fun gameplay loop, but the core gameplay is already based on that, so more tracking is likely to break the camel's back. Was it at 74? The more things that you're like, I have to track this resource, I have to track this resource, whatever, the more moving parts that you introduce and the more tracking that you introduce, generally we find that there's worse player buy-in because of that. They just kind of tend to feel that like, if I'm having to, if I'm having to manage so many cogs that are going on, I'm just not really incentivized to play it, you know. Oh god. Game Shop, see okay with it? Wait, I don't see if I can see over some 5e family content in the last 48 years and use of 5e the players can communicate. I mean, I don't know. As someone that's been designing for like the 5e system, I just highly disagree with the idea that you should be removing scaling from cantrips. That's a I mean, your buddies in a game shop, okay, I don't know, the system's built around the idea that that's how casters are keeping up with reliable damage output that martialists are getting. saying that spellcasters are all immediately overpowered is just a completely overblown statement. They don't have the reliability quite like what you can do with fighters or barbarians, you know. It doesn't really matter that they have the reality warping power behind the later levels of play. They have to be able to keep up just with a basic action on their turn. And they're not really even keeping up reliably, because like unless you go warlock and get Ag Blast, you're not adding flat damage to the cantrip damage, or like evocation wizard. So like martialists have the perk of adding in their modifier on top of the damage. And like if you're not, oh man, if you're removing the ability for spellcasters to get scaling dice, I don't know how they're supposed to keep up. It's level 3. Let's see this. Boom. Boom. Let me see. There we go. So at this point, I am just grabbing any item that feels like it's going to somewhat fit in the overall like architecture for this class. What are the official rules that we've seen and everything? I know, is that glass bottle? I mean, I would say glass flask, but yeah. Hey, you recently bought my dancer class and you're really looking forward to playing? Ah, thank you. Just wanted to say thanks for all the great... Ah, shucks. Thank you so much, Emil. The dancer is getting some slight changes. I do have an update planned for it, but nothing that is going to be, from what I think, really significant. Ross will be... I'm bringing on Ross to do some heavier consulting work on it, but yeah. There's some of the flares that... I mean, ideally, I'd like to add about 20 more flares to it. But it is getting new subclasses. I talked with my Discord a little bit about the subclasses I have planned now. But I'd always wanted to make what is Necromancy going to be, because I love the game, the Cryptid the Necrodancer. So I wanted to bring that into the mix of it all. So they're going to have like a Dance Macabre choreo. And just because the Discord seemed to push it, there will be a firearm dancer in there. So yeah. You gotta go to sleep now. Had a lot of fun tonight. Aw, thanks, Tristan. Yeah, go sleep. Do you. Will the Alchemist make different types of bottles like Minecraft? And maybe the subclasses get their own bottles like Perfumer to blow it out of the Perfumers like Elda. Yeah, well... I don't think restricting it to containers is necessarily a great direction to move in. Because there's... I mean, if somebody knows how to make a thing... It's like the narrative for saying that, like, well, you can't make it because only the subclass can, it never really works out well. We know from playtest feedback that WotC got that it's part of why the original Artificer the narrative just didn't really work out for it. You really love the way the flares synergize with other classes in the part. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to build out a lot of flares. Like, so my big thing with that was I didn't want people to feel like they either had to play a dancer or a bard, and I wanted to answer the question I was getting of like, why would I play, or why is this not just a bard, right? Why is this not just a bard subclass? And I think there's enough territory shown in the dancer class that I made to where I'm like, this shouldn't just be a bard, you know, like choreos make a whole lot of sense as the subclasses. I was really happy with how that one turned out. rather than you being a spellcasting support, you're like the action economy support, which is I am very happy with the identity that thing got. It may not have worked out, but I still personally feel like artificer subclasses should have gotten unique infusions. It's easier to justify that, I think, because that's like a magical enchantment that you specialize in, right? The idea there being that, like, my specialty, it's not that we make like a non-magical item, it's that we make we share this secret in our specialty that does whatever, right? Wait, just copy and paste it. Antitoxin. Boom. Let them make bottles of water to hydrate their friends. You can already do that. And how appropriate that new Minecraft music just came on. Is this... Okay. I don't need to pull all the poisons or anything. I can grab a simple poison because I'm mostly interested in the costs. These are all Explorer's Guide. Yep. Jeez, there's a tree, like, right next to my window that just sounds like one of these days it's just gonna smash through there. Like, scare the shit out of me. Oh, man. You compress water elemental like a water bomb. Oh, I see what you mean. Is alchemy and WoW an inspiration at all? Is this gonna revoke my my nerd status here? I hate World of Warcraft. Like, I cannot stand that game. I have tried playing World of Warcraft way too many times to count over the years. I just find the whole MMO thing incredibly boring. I like the world building that they do for World of Warcraft. I actually really liked Hearthstone, and I had a phase where it was like back in high school I tried World of Warcraft, couldn't get into it. For some reason I kind of liked RuneScape, but even then it was like I played it for like a week and I was like, okay. And then I know Plastic Pox has got it. I adore the idea of, we have this big world that we can go out and quest in, do whatever. I have yet to play an MMO that made me feel like, yep, that is the kind of thing I can chill with some buddies and play whatever. You can't stand Minecraft. I can understand why some people can't really get into Minecraft. It's not that Minecraft has an incredibly high barrier for entry for I think that Minecraft has had an interesting kind of shift in the I guess the overall expectation that they have on players. And what I mean by that is, like, early Minecraft was mostly just, build, whatever. They introduced survival mode, and I think that was an immediate, like, we see the shift happen, right? The default mode for Minecraft went away from creative to survival, right? And then from there, like, in order for you to do, let's say, like, in order for you to complete a game of Minecraft, to, like, get to the very end, I personally feel is pretty damn hard. The game gets pretty difficult at, the whole End Dragon fight is actually kind of rough. I mean, I'm saying that as somebody that loves Soulsborns. Like, oh man, Elden Ring is like probably my favorite game of all time. But that Ender Dragon fight is no joke. Minecraft is basically my first real game. We've had it since 2019 or 2009. Minecraft is the thing that really got me interested in getting further in my own creativity. I love that it's made certain students pick up coding. You know, I can see them being able to craft it. Yeah. Minecraft is just one of those games that at this point isn't just a single game. Yeah, people have expanded on it, right? It feels like it's a it feels like it is a, how do I put it? There's a whole, it almost feels like Minecraft is more of a game engine now rather than its own independent game, right? How many playtest their game edits? I actually playtest an attack on a location near changes. I run mock assaults. I don't have a specific way. I get feedback from people that have played the thing, or I mean, sometimes I'll run it at my tables and just kind of get a feel for it. But generally, I can trust my design sensibilities that the thing is going to function. I can fix for function. It's harder to fix for fun. Coming up with ideas that will, so the problem is if you design a thing and you have a failure point on fun, then that requires a bit more work than just like, oh yeah, let me fix. This is 1d6, it should probably do 2d6 to buff it up, right? Like, you can mess around with numbers pretty easily. Fixing narrative it's a bit of a challenge, you know? So, I'm mostly interested in hearing play test feedback about how the thing felt. And, I can get a general sense of, like, is the thing overtuned? If people find exploits in a thing, I'll immediately fix that. But I just kind of wait until I hear either something in the wild, because I could run a million different characters through a concept, and do whatever, publish a thing, and then find out later on from somebody else that there's an issue with it, that like, cool, I just wasted all this time, right? Oh, I appreciate it. Oh, your friend is an up-and-coming game designer because of Minecraft? Oh, that's awesome. Minecraft is the only reason you put effort into learning times tables. You can't even describe how much that has benefited me. It is a great educational tool. It really is. There's a lot of game info to beat its single player, to the point where there's a hint of viable things to progress. Yes. Yeah, you do need a lot of game info to beat Minecraft on single player, to the point that crucial stuff is not mentioned at all in the game itself. Yeah, if you guys actually know, is there like a good video on that I should check out? Because Minecraft is okay, I love Minecraft, but it's not the kind of game that I feel like I can really pull it these days and just kind of chill with it like I used to. And I mean, I can appreciate and say that, like, boom, I adore everything that this game is throwing out, but it's just not the thing I want to pick up right now, right? Do I like Pogo? I noticed you playing his music. Is that the Wizard of Meh? Yeah, Pogo. I've heard that song for sure, but I haven't really delved too much deeper into his stuff. Yeah, Wizard of Meh is just one I always heard like old live streamers put on back whenever I was like 22 and watching live streams, and I was like, oh man, that's nostalgic right there. Yeah, I owe Minecraft a software engineering career, right? I think Minecraft is going to leave behind a legacy of like being probably one of the best educational games ever created. It did so deceptively. Do I like paleontology? Prehistoric nature is a Minecraft mod you might love. Like digging up fossils and stuff. Yeah, I'd love to do something like that. I always thought it was cool. There was a really cool Minecraft mod I remember where like fossils were like treated like another ore, and it was a way for you to easily get bones in like peaceful mode. I was like, oh, sick! Like this is awesome, you know. So it was like a mod that made it to where all the loot that you could only get in like combat with a mob was available for you to pick up somewhere else in the game, right? Like mixing sulfur and other stuff. Yeah, really cool mod. You gotta go. Thanks for the publishing advice. Oh yeah, absolutely. Thanks for popping in, Axiom. Have a good night. Design your reports going in. I have zero issues with what Minecraft is doing. But I will say that since it was originally created, I feel like the barrier to like complete it is way higher. Fossils are just part of the base game now. Wait, really? Are fossil blocks like a real thing? Hold up. Wait. Oh, we're talking Minecraft for a second, but yeah. No shit. And underground. Wait, what? So it's like the bone structures that they used to have in the Nether only, but you can now find them all across whatever. Okay, so this is let me say this. This is actually a really fantastic quality of life thing that they did here. Bone, and there's other things like oh god, like rotten flesh, or like, you know, there's certain mob drops, spider eyes, right, where if you are playing in peaceful mode, which is like, if that's the way you want to play it, you know, play it in peaceful mode, but that doesn't mean that like by playing Minecraft had this issue of if you were playing in peaceful mode, you couldn't get access to certain items, right? And some people might be like, oh, well, yeah, you should play this difficulty or whatever. Get that out of here, all right? We're talking about what is the fun thing to do. I personally would just turn on peaceful mode because I just don't want to deal with fighting, right? I would rather just worry about building a thing, right? You only played in peaceful mode for probably about 8 years. Yeah, and there's no issue with that. So, like, the problem is that there are certain things that you would not be able to access unless you engaged with the combat side of the game. Can we get Carrie Underwood out of here, please? Oh god. So what Minecraft has been doing, they did this originally with like the villagers, right? So whenever you're able to trade with the villagers, you're able to get access to some items that you weren't previously able to because you're not playing in a certain mode, right? So by them adding villagers, it immediately makes it to where an all peaceful run of just like, I'm gonna play Minecraft, I'm gonna dig around, hunt, whatever, but like I just don't want to deal with combat. They've made it to where you're not kept out of a lot of resources actually, because you're choosing just not to engage with the combat of it, right? Which I think is a generally good way to design that game. There are certain games where it's like, you should know going into it, the combat is the main reason why you're getting that game, right? You get into a Dark Souls, Soulsborne game, you should know the reason why you're getting that game is because the combat system is that fun. Like, that is the core thing of the game. If you are only if you're picking up a Dark Souls game and you're mad that it doesn't have a home builder, right? That like you don't owe Tom Nook a million bells whenever you first show up, right? I don't really know what you thought you were getting into. But in a game like Minecraft, that seemed to be built on so much of this idea of you're building structures, you are, in a way, it's like, some people use it as like almost a bit of like a life simulator, you know? Can you trade for gunpowder? I believe you can. I know, I believe you can trade for TNT if I remember right, but, yeah, and you can get bone meal from composters, right? And those are generally what I would consider to be quality of life improvements to the game, you know? It's an expensive way of doing it, but it is a thing you can do, you know? Basically, the two useful mob drops over, Wandering Trader sells gunpowder. And, okay, cool. So, the fact that they've done this, the other thing that they've been doing, and I'm glad someone brought up, like, the Wandering Trader thing. The Wandering Trader is a way that you can get access to, like, some items that are only available in biomes that, boy, they may really just not be super close to where you started building your world, right? Like, building out your settlement. I believe they upped the, encounter rate for the, Wandering Trader, but yeah. You're making a Minecraft mod while listening to the stream? Cool. The coral stuff, right? So what Mojang and Microsoft have figured out is like the more and more that they've been doing these like kind of quality of life changes, generally the bigger and bigger the player base gets. Like Minecraft is still selling an insane amount of copies every single day. Like, I mean, let me pull this up over in another window. What is the, revenue and usage statistics for 2022. Man, it's still so crazy. Microsoft bought them for $2.5 billion in 2014. Wow. Minecraft generated 415 million in revenue in 2020. Mobile revenue accounted for 110 million. Yeah, boy. Minecraft sidetrack, but it's still D&D. Hey, we hanging. Like, I know that this is 2022, but like, Jesus Christ, 130 million people playing Minecraft at least once a month in 2020. What, it doesn't show it's like concurrent? Yeah, look at this. Like, their revenue has, I mean, stayed pretty steadily, at least since their acquisition by Microsoft. Like, they haven't gone below their first year after the acquisition. So, like, I think they're doing pretty goddamn well. And this, my friends kids know Minecraft and don't understand TNT yet, and think this not include. Minecraft, I mean, it's very, very easy to hop in and start playing this game. You know exactly what you're supposed to do. Like, you might feel a little bit lost, and you go up and punch, like, you're like, oh, I'm gonna click. Oh, I punch. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna do, so, and then you just start clicking on blocks, and you're like, wait, I'm cracking it. I'm learning how to do the thing. Oh, great. It's like, Minecraft is very easy to, like, kind of just hop in and understand. I remember I think I told Amanda one time about how you can go through, like, the number keys up here on your keyboard are keyed into your inventory bar, and that's how I, like, go through really quickly and get access to what I need to, right? And she was like, wait, what? Like, so there's still brand new stuff that, like, you know, it felt so cool getting Amanda into that game like a year or two ago. Like, Amanda had never played Minecraft herself, And then I got her into it during COVID. And seeing her like light up around that game, I was like, oh, I got to show you Minecraft. I remember that feeling of like experiencing what it was like to run in and find my first cave, right? Like, yeah. Your kid is even 5 and has been playing Minecraft for over a year. Man, it's just a great game. It appeals to, it's like, I still think, my personal feeling is, Tetris is one of the few games, like, I think that there are a few games that I would probably point to and say, like, no, there is only one game I will point to and say it's a perfect game, and that's Tetris. Tetris is I mean, I don't know how the fuck you would even start criticizing Tetris. That game is, and I'm not talking about the modern interpretations of Tetris. I'm talking OG old school Tetris. Is there a more perfect video game than Tetris? Like, even like the first Mario, I'm sure that there are critiques, and I'm not talking about bugs or anything. I'm just talking about the play experience of like something like a Mario. The creator gained no revenue out of Tetris. That's, whoa. Pong, okay, yeah, like Pong is good. Pong is good. Tetris versus Puyo Puyo. I mean, I think that Tetris is it's flawless, it's extremely simple. You understand exactly what you're supposed to do within 5 minutes of playing the game. The USSR got all the revenue from Tetris? Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, what? No way. I mean, I'm sure that's true. I'm just, oh my god. Alexei Pashtunov. Yeah, I'll pull this up over here. I'm fascinated by this now. Russian-American video game designer and computer engineer. He is best known for creating and designing Tetris in 1984 while working for the Dyson Computing Center of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, a Soviet government-founded R&D center. He only started to get royalties from creation in 1996 when he and Hank Rogers formed the Tetris company. Okay, so he's making money off of it now, but whoa. MC Eternal's mod pack. Pashtunov was born to parents who were both writers. His father was a critic of the arts, and his mother was a journalist who wrote for both newspapers and a film magazine. It was through his parents that Pashtunov gained exposure to the arts. Eventually developing a passion for cinema, he accompanied his mother to many film screenings, including the Moscow Film Festival. He's also mathematically inclined, enjoying puzzles and problem solving. So, learned applied mathematics. Where does it say this? Okay, here we go. He held interest for both mathematics and puzzles, as well as the psychology of computing. Searching for inspiration, Pashtunov recalled his childhood memories of playing Pentominoes, I guess? A game where you create pictures using its shapes. Oh, cool. Oh, but they're like 5 pieces and Tetris is 4. Okay. Remembering the difficulty he had in putting the pieces back into their box, Pashtunov felt inspired to create a game based on that concept. Using an Electronica 60 in the computing center, he began working on what would become the first version of Tetris, building his first prototype in 2 weeks. Pashtunov spent longer playtesting and adding to the game, finally completing it June 6, 1984. This primitive version did not have levels or a scoring system, but Pashtunov knew he had a potentially great game, since he couldn't stop playing it at work. That's cute. The game attracted the interest of co-workers like fellow programmer Dmitry Pavlovsky, who helped Pashtunov connect with Vadim Gerasimov, a 16-year-old intern at the Soviet Academy. Pashtunov wanted to make a color version of Tetris for the IBM personal computer and enlisted the intern to help. Gerasimov created the PC version in less than 3 weeks, and with contributions from Pavlovsky, spent an additional month adding new features like scorekeeping and sound effects. The game, first available in the Soviet Union, appeared in the West in 1986. Created a sequel to Tetris, licensed and managed by the Soviet company Elorg, which had a monopoly on the import and export of computer software and hardware and software in the Soviet Union, and advertised with the slogan "From Russia with Love." Yeah, cute. Because he was employed by the Soviet government, Pajitnov did not receive royalties. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Fuck the Soviet Union. Wow. You met a guy who invented Pac-Man. We smoked a joint with. Oh man. Jeez. That is a... Boy, that's a sad story right there. You know, but I mean, good for him for like finally being able to make money off of his invention later on. But like, man, this guy, what a huge contribution he made to the gaming industry, and yet like wasn't able to like enjoy his success until, jeez, okay, so he's still alive. He's only 67. I mean, he's probably still living pretty damn good, you know. Is he still living in the U.S. or in Russia? Well, this is taken in Barcelona, so maybe he's not living there anymore. He has a lot in common with DM's co-creators. Oh, Christ. Oh, man. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Oh, good. He got out of Russia. Good on him. Oh, man. Well, I mean, at least the dude is, yeah, at least he's able to, you know, get out and make at least something of a living doing that stuff. Man, this guy... Is there like a recent photo of him? Boy, that one does not look flattering. Condemn the Russian invasion. Yeah, I mean... Huh. Interesting. Well, that was a fun little sidetrack. I feel like we've learned something here tonight. So... Pulled this up because I like this idea quite a bit. Death of a Mummy is going to be something that I want to incorporate into, like, this just feels like such an alchemy thing. Where'd that go? Just tag me over on Twitter. Oh god, everyone over in people over in Discord talking about that goddamn Critical Role comment today. Yeah, moral of the story, do not create well into the contract for the Russian Federation. Yeah. That's not what I want. We want the spell description. I just love this idea. Dust of a Mummy. Yes, please. This just feels so cool fantasy right here. And I'm also kind of capturing it. Also a very colonial thing? Wait, what? Were they like... because I think chat was talking about this yesterday about people eating mummies. I swear, the weird shit you talk about playing D&D. The dust in a potion can... Wait. Oh, you're talking about a potential usage of it. Creek fire. That's what, so that's essentially what Alchemist fire is supposed to be. Sorry, what? Yeah, so I guess this is back. Yeah, so I mean, this is what we used to do. Yeah, so oh god, are we really getting on another weird tangent? Yeah, Europeans have been eating mummies as medicine. Oh god. Yeah, bring that. Yeah. So it was a super. Geez, what a picture, man! Just what a picture. Um, it's all about tangents. Yeah. So someone brought this up the other day. No, don't apologize. This is great. I love talking about weird shit like this. So someone brought this up the other day while I was streaming that like apparently they used to like bring the bodies of mummies over to like England and eat them because they thought like it would apparently like I don't know give them superpower. You okay? Hang on, it's like she sounds like she's joking on something. Okay. Okay. Think you're gonna live. It's all good. Just went down the wrong pipe. Alright, so yeah, like apparently like they used to just munch on like mummy bodies. Like I don't know if they were eating like the wrapping or whatever, but did you say mummy or mommy? Mummy. Yeah, someone choking in the background. Yeah. So I guess they just kind of thought the same way that like I mean anytime someone else eats weird shit, right? Did they at least flavor it? Bodies were interesting than mummified. Wait, so they started getting into cannibalism? Europeans have been eating Egyptian mummies as medicine. In later centuries, unmummified corpses were later passed off as mummy medicine, and eventually some Europeans no longer cared whether the bodies they were ingesting had been mummified or not. They're literally just becoming cannibals. These practices, however strange, are just some of the many ways people have made something useful out of death. A gross misunderstanding. The eating of Egyptian mummies reached its peak in Europe by the 16th century. Mummies could be found on apothecary shelves in the form of bodies broken into pieces or ground into powder. Why did Europeans believe in the medicinal value of the mummy? The answer probably comes down to a string of misunderstandings. Today we think of bitumen as asphalt, the black, sticky substance that coats our roads. It's a naturally occurring hydrocarbon that has been used in construction in the Middle East since ancient times. The ancients also used bitumen to protect tree trunks and roots from insects and treat an array of human ailments. It is viscous when heated, but hardens when dried, making it useful for stabilizing broken bones and creating poultices for rashes. In his first century text, Natural History, Pliny the Elder recommends ingesting bitumen with wine to cure chronic coughs and dysentery. Okay, so treatments of cataracts, toothaches, and skin diseases. Yeah, to eating in a live god's body. Is abundant in the Middle East. So I guess they thought that because there was bitumen in mummies, it was somehow good to eat the... Oh, God, what a... You're just looking at for the majority of the stream. So I guess bitumen definitely needs to be a thing that we consider. Because, well, I mean, they thought it was, like, good for removing cataracts. Solving that's so... Yeah. Anyway, so that was the thing that a user told me about, or a viewer told me about yesterday. And I didn't get super into it because we were talking about, like, there is a word... there was a word I was trying to find for, like, mummy wrappings. Like, there was an actual term to refer to not just the linen, but the process of, whenever they mummify you, they wrap you in linen, and then they cover the linen with resin. Once it's covered with the resin, that is a particular thing. Like, it has its own word. We'll see you later, Spencer. Thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, we're gonna do more stuff on that. Relax, having to be nice to sleep to. Oh, shucks. So I love finding this old obscure shit about, like, what they were doing in alchemy. Like, old school medicine is pretty cool to pull from as inspiration for, like, any kind of fantasy stuff. Now your alchemist is gonna have to go hunt down a mummy. Yeah, if you make a character concept, like, if we're doing design and you make a character concept that leads to potential side quests to, like, go and get, like, okay, if I'm making a Mummy Brown was a real paint color. Like, if I am making, now I want to look this up. Mummy Brown paint. It's I don't know what I was expecting. It's just brown. It's kind of a rich, kind of like hot chocolate. Wow. Oh, God. So I guess they called it Mummy Brown because it... No, don't tell me they're doing... Don't tell me they were using fucking mummies to make the pigment. It is... What the fuck are we doing? Wait, they were using mummies to make this pigment? Did you know about this? Have you ever heard of Mummy Brown?
Mummy brown?
Yeah.
In terms of a color?
Yeah.
Where, like, they would, like, mash up mummy.
Oh, you knew about this?
Yeah, we learned about it in art history.
What the fuck? You just said that super nonchalantly?
Huh?
So you said that super nonchalantly? Man, this is like the most bizarre... Wait, so... Are there any famous paintings that use Mummy Brown? Oh, yeah. No, I've heard of them treating stuff with radium, yeah. Or just using radium in, like, silverware and stuff. It's artists that have right. Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh, really? The French Revolution painting. What's this one called? This was made with Mummy Brown?
Yeah, it was
How bizarre. I wonder, you know what? Now there's a bunch of, like, dead Egyptians on famous paintings.
Oh, interesting. I demanded at the time.
Oh, no. God. It's like some pharaohs like man, that's bizarre. And just, I mean, how many fucking mummies do you have to have this? Wait, you're talking about this like mummies just like they sprout up like plants or something? Like it was really that abundant that they were able to just like, oh yeah, we can reliably make fucking paint out of mummies in this color for.
Because think of how long, like, it was closer to Elko was to the...
Yeah, they mummified that many fucking people?
Yeah, they mummified fucking everything, man.
Well, and I guess we just dug them up? Like,
They mummified birds and cats and all kinds.
this is just blowing my mind. Welcome to colonial Europe, yeah. Oh my god. Wow. Oh yeah, and I know that like they use, you know, bat guano and some makeup and stuff, and yeah. Or like, what is it called? Ambrosia? The reason we don't have any mummies now is because we ate them all. Could she come in here and explain more on the topic, please? Do you want to come in here and explain more on Mummy Brown? I'm still going through just kind of,
I'm trying to see if there are any paintings used with it. Paintings.
because it sounds like that one super famous French painting of,
Yeah, it's also called oh shit, yeah, it sure was. Looks like, cause the oh, I don't know that, I don't know that, like, sect of art, Raphaelites?
Hmm.
Because that's where it was used predominantly. Oh.
Chat says hey.
Hi, chat. Wow, pre-Raphaelite. Okay, so pre-Raphaelite's basically French. Or excuse me, Renaissance French.
Is that like a style?
Kind of, yeah. It's more...
Wait, Alaskan mummies? What? Like, if frozen in ice? I mean, then, you know, that...
Oh, they were a group of artists in the Victorian era.
Hmm.
They believed art should be as similar to the real world as possible.
Can you give us a masterclass in Mummy Brown?
So, like, famous paintings like this one, Lady of Shalott, or...
It's so weird. There's just
Ophelia.
dead people smeared all over that.
I mean, yeah, even back in the day, like, when certain pigments were hard to come by, things like chicken's blood, stuff like that was used.
I mean, yeah, okay. I don't know why that is, like, less weird to me, where I'm like, alright, well, we were just
because
using...
some of the mummies used to be people, so that just unnerves us because it's our species. If we were a chicken, that would greatly unnerve us, too.
Well, like, I mean, I guess, like, you know, even like the story of the red violin, right? There's a Stradivarius that's, like, painted with blood.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. But, like, it just, you know, stains.
Yeah.
It's pigment. I know. But, of course, others, like, tried to use berries and things like that.
Yeah.
But some people still paint with wine.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure.
But, yeah.
Who was the artist that buried his Mummy Brown paint tubes?
What?
I'm not sure. That was the movie The Red Violin. Yeah, I think it was a little bit more than just... I think it... Is it not real? Based on... Okay, so it's a rumor. Wait.
Gotcha. Yeah, a rumor that he mixed the blood of his deceased wife.
Oh. Okay, so it's kind of like an urban legend.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
And it wasn't... I mean, it still is weird, but it wasn't, like, sadistic. It was, like, trying to have his love with him, I guess, you know.
Oh no, there actually is a red violin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they like lost track of where it was.
Wow.
The red Middleton Stradivarius. Yep.
Cool. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. I was like, I'm pretty sure this is real.
But yeah, I mean, that's just, even though a lot of it's kind of creepy and gross, that's just the history of humans trying to figure stuff out and, you know, learn how to make things and...
I mean, that's from the movie, I think.
A horrified painter gave his mummy brown paint tubes to a proper burial. Interesting.
So he found out...
yeah, found out that there was, like, mummy dust or whatever in it, and
he buried the
paint tubes.
How bizarre.
Right.
I mean, like, okay, respect for him. Yeah.
Like, it wouldn't surprise me. I think people also use, like, I don't know about human, but they used ash to paint with.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. God, it's just like, wow, I don't know why the thought of them using mummies is just so bizarre to me. Like, they were like, you know what? Like, we found a bunch of dead people. Do you want to paint with that? Like,
I mean, yeah, anything that was a crushed powder that could be turned into, like, a thick whatever to paint with was gonna be used to paint with.
But
like,
how did that become the preferred way to fucking paint with brown? Like...
Well, I don't know about, because... I'm sure at the time it was very exciting and exotic. You know what I mean?
Oh, like, God, we just do so many fucked up things to each other.
Yeah, we do. We're like, what? Like, I mean, but I guess it would, well, not similar, but, you know, if one day we find out plants are more sentient than we think, then using plants for pigment's gonna be weird too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or like, even just having like dead flowers in vases is gonna be considered weird because you just chopped up living thing. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So like, it is weird. But me personally, I don't care what people do with me after I'm dead. I'm dead. I don't care.
Yeah. There exists a section of a book preservation concerning the books found in human skin. There is a I think it's is it at Stanford?
Well, I see what you're saying. Sorry, not you. I see what you're saying with, like, not just everyone gets mummified, but in different cultures, like, that's just how burial is. They're not, like, deifying them or anything. That's just how you bury people.
It's, like, no different than a funeral.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. And people can be mummified on accident, like...
Wait.
Well, yeah, like petrified things.
I thought you just meant like somehow they slipped down a hill in the right way and then like,
no.
Whoa, we're wrapping them up now and
no, because you don't have to like remove all the
Here
stuff.
comes the resin. Let's pull his brain out of his nose.
Or like dies in a mudslide or something, things like that, and you get mummified. Like
it's like, have you seen those?
Or in ice.
Have you seen those old MTV commercials on like sex doesn't happen on accident? Have you not seen these?
No.
All right, here you go. We probably can't pull it up here on stream and watch it, but goddamn, it's so funny. Hold up.
Cocaine in a mummy? Interesting.
Sex doesn't happen by accident. Yeah, it was an old campaign that like I don't know. Are these? I don't know if these are like bad for stream.
Who said it was? Who says sex is
It was saying that like you always have time to like get ready for like getting a condom, right? But the commercials are so ridiculous that like there are all these hypothetical situations in which like you would
just an accident.
Yeah. Okay. I think
that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I think that's like safe to show on.
Yeah, because no parts or anything. It's just.
So this was like an old like advertising campaign that MTV was doing. Like I remember it as a kid just being like, what the shit? What is happening? But like they keep proposing these absolutely insane scenarios where like I mean, yeah, it's a safe sex like ad campaign, but like the situations are so ridiculous that
Like, this would never happen.
like MTV in the 90s was
Blue thumbnail. You're talking about the books bound in human skin. Check out like what do they call them? Witch skin pants or something? Yeah. Those are crazy.
Babe, get my witch skin pants.
Well, yeah, basically they were like the skin of somebody, usually a male, and they would carry coins in the scrotum.
The Flash too, yeah. Just so you knew, yeah. Now there might be kids that think like whenever you bone it actually explodes. Little bag of sand typically found in a scholar's bag. Why does a scholar have a little bag of sand? Is it like as a counterweight or something maybe? How odd. Maybe it's because somehow the soil...
Who brought up Mummy Brown? How did this become a topic?
We were talking about mummy dust being a thing that you would use in alchemy.
Gotcha.
Because it sounds... Yeah, pocket sand, right? I'm surprised like nobody reacted to the MTV video.
And I know, right? Hello? And pretty sure there's like... Don't they use it in the Mummy or something where like they like blow dust or some mummy dust or something in somebody's face and something happens? I can't remember.
Whoa.
I know.
You got person in my eyes.
I can't see.
I was just trying to
in my eyes.
skin this to see if there was anything else real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna go find my swimsuit.
Oh yeah, I forget your...
Oh yeah, interesting. I think you're right.
Use sand to dry ink school. Interesting.
Right? Soak up the excess. Tumbler which you stole bones from us.
Oh god.
Interesting. Okay.
But
yeah, I'm gonna go find swimsuits.
Oh, perfume. You should be able to make perfume. Yeah, we're gonna need to know about perfume. Yeah, no, I that's fair. That's fair. That video does kind of defy discussion, I guess. Yeah. Man, back whenever MTV used to be so cool. Let's see. God, I remember God, like, I mean, I was a little bit too young for Beavis and Butthead, but I grew up like in the Daria days of MTV, and like, man, I just remember that show feeling like, okay, yeah, this is. I feel like I've got my group that I fit in with now watching Daria. I feel like I'm that misfit that would totally be hanging out with these people, right?
What was that other show that didn't last very long that you showed me that I loved? There's a cartoon and there was like brothers or something.
Mission Hill.
Maybe that was it. I
Yeah.
remember that name.
The characters had blue hair.
I think so. Will you show
hey.
me a picture?
Bling a blong, a bling a blong.
Because, man, that was so great.
This is a fantastic TV show.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I'm so upset that it's not very long.
Yeah, because it used to air on CW? No, the WB. There we go.
Man, so good.
This is one of the best like 20s something shows ever created. And actually, like, I think this show won an award for like the first gay kiss shown in a cartoon.
Oh hell yeah.
Awards, right? Silent cartoons. Yeah, won an award from the Glad for its portrayal of a gay relationship.
That's so great.
The landlords were a gay couple.
Aww.
Yeah.
That's great.
2000, yeah, best series for all audience. Wow, for all audiences in 2000?
Wow.
Oh, right on.
But another like good one that kind of makes me think of that's current today is oh man, it's the young couple. They have a kid and they're like best friends, don't have a kid, and oh crap, it's animated.
Bone Gauzy.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Like,
I love and hate the internet.
Like, Blue. Just the fucking fact that you sent me a video about a bone witch and the thumbnail says Bone Ghazi. Oh my god. Cannot be better than Daria. Still think that's the best adult cartoon ever made. Dude, Mission Hill's fucking great. It's fucking great. I love Daria too, but no, Mission Hill did something real special. This is how I get demonetized. I'm not pulling up the goddamn Bone Ghazi video on stream. Are you kidding me? Oh man. Okay. So, perfume costs. I swear there's a reason to be getting all these because number one, these are all things I intend for you to create, and then number two, it's just going to be worth it to know the costs to potentially create these things. And, you know, not a bone-gasm video. No. No. Basic poison. We're gonna need to know how you make this. It's 100 gold pieces for basic poison? I've never understood why. Like, who is ever going to spend 800 fucking gold pieces on a vial of poison? Has anybody ever spent that much money on poison? Like, you know, playing their character? Just provoke a wyvern. Oh, jeez. Huh? I'm sure you look just fine. In fact, very cute. Okay. You don't. Like, why would they not? It's just one of those gripes I've got with the system, I guess. Hijack the stream. Yeah, this is the kind of thing, it's just not worth it. Like, wait, up to 3 pieces of ammunition. Wait, so... there were some potions you made for the Blood Hunter that will work here too. I'm mostly trying to get stuff from the base game right now. I'm just trying to get like an idea for like what the expectation, what the expected loadout is going to be of things that I think that characters want to know they can make as an alchemist kind of reliably, right? I think soap is another one. The I mean, realistically, you're talking about poison being worth 1,000 real in-world dollars? No. Wait. What do they say about this in Xanthar's guide? I'm just curious. So should we OP like Fireball? Wait, where is this? Simple traps. Tool provision. There we go. Jeez. Poisoners. Poisoners. Oldest D&D. Wait, what? Hey, thanks for hanging out, Lauren. Have a great night. The oldest. Wait, what? This chapter by heart, my point. Yeah. This is honestly a pretty damn solid addition to the game right here. Even though they just didn't go far enough, what they've got in here is at least like a nice, you know, chemicals in a stirring pot. Okay. I can recall facts about infamous poisonings. Well, I guess it's fair to say, because, like, I mean, I guess if we think about that in terms of, like, an assassination, like, yeah, there are famous assassinations. The basic poison is still doubtful to kill a fucking rat or two. Yeah. How can they justify it costing more than an obviously magical potion that fully restores the dying commoner? Black magic upcharge. Or black market upcharge. Oh. It just says chemicals. Like, I wish it would get a little bit more specific. Or, like, not include this right here. Yeah. Like, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Huh. Determine the effects. Okay. So it doesn't say that you can... Oh, you can create them. Oh, okay. Create or treat. Interesting that, like, they're saying in order to treat being poisoned, you need poisoner's kit proficiency. Huh. I don't know. Okay. Gotta pull soap.
In order to heal poison, you have to have a poisoner's kit?
They're saying it's a potential use for it.
Oh.
Yeah. Herbalism kit. Identify poison using an herbalism kit. I thought... Did they finally make the distinction that herbalism kit and alchemist supplies can both create a potion? Crafting. Wait. Send money to collect raw materials which weigh 1 pound for every 50 gold pieces spent. Okay. The DM can allow a player or a character to make a check using the indicated skill with advantage. 1 dose of acid, alchemist fire, poison. Oh. Oh. Like, is that not essentially exactly what we need right there? Oh, God. I think that might also be my cue because I've been going for 4 and I can't really go for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours tonight. But that is a thing to know. And pull over. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, a character can spend money to collect raw materials, which, okay. 24-hour stream next time. Herbalism is a female coded version? Wait, what? Wait, what? Herbalism is like the ability to identify different herbs and stuff out in nature, right? Like, is an alchemist always necessarily going to be able to determine whether or not a certain mushroom is poisonous? Like, they might, but like an herbalist is way more, like the narrative seems to be more, they're more in tune with nature, whereas an alchemist is more in tune with like chemical crafting, right? Herbalism seems more about survival rather than alchemy being more about like bizarre mixtures. One almost seems a little bit country and the other seems a little bit rock and roll, you might say. Essential oils come from herbs. Oh god, yeah, they're wanting to go outside. Okay. Yeah, I think likely tomorrow. I'm also planning on streaming again. I'm just working through the whole process on this and hanging out. So, now that we've got quite a bit of the research out there, I'm gonna kind of chew on that and work on some other stuff tonight. But let's see here. We have 27 of y'all. Who are we? Am I still teaching? Nope. I'm done. I'm done. I am no longer working for Casha Hall. Oh shit, is that the first time I've ever said their name on stream? Wow. So who are we rating? Oh wait, don't unmute me. No, mute my site. There we go. I've not played Pushing Craft. That's the second time I've heard this game brought up. The Alchemist Simulator. Oh, wow. It's got really good reviews. Huh. Yeah, let me, God, what's going on? Who's over in the D&D section right now? Oh wow, there's 2.5k people watching? Very cool. Who's like down in the... Wow, I mean, you know, the video I put out earlier on, it's like, I'm looking around and I'm like, man, all the actual plays going on right now. Like, all the actual plays. Comp has a prep session going on, huh? Okay. Twitch. Wait, is this sending? All right, that should send everybody from Twitch over there. Yeah, do it. Spread some love, all that good business. If you're over on, yeah, go.
Here's your card back.
If you're over on YouTube, go to twitch.tv/cumpcump. Anyways, guys, that is going to be it for me tonight. Oh, shucks.
Hi, everyone.
So yeah, I'm going to hop off of here and kind of, I don't know, I might go finish Stranger Things. That sounds fun. Anyways, so you all have a great night. Credit card on stream? Wait, what?
I gave it back to you. I put it in your wallet. What? What? Could they see it?
Uh-oh.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know they could see anything. I was just putting it back.
Okay, we'll see. Oh God, no!
I did. Oh my God, I'm leaving.
All right, we'll see you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.